ish.
Well,
Yeah.
your time.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know what they say. You know, if I'm always showing up for work at 9:10, when I show up at 9:07, that means I'm here early. Hey, everybody. We're live with the boom, and wow, there's so much to talk about and going on. We got BGG coming up next week. So we will not. Well, are you going to have one in our stead? No.
Nah.
No.
The weekly Barry.
No.
The
I'm
Barry
taking
10.
a break.
All right, so there won't be a boom next week, even though Barry could very easily do it if he didn't puss out on us, right?
Maybe we'll Periscope it out.
I almost didn't show up tonight.
Oh,
Barry.
Barry. Oh,
I took a
B.
tumble this morning. Hurt.
Oh, you fell down with boom?
Did you go to one of those jump zones or something, or what?
Yes.
Well,
Jumped out of a tree.
you know you can't.
Thought I could fly.
Hey, wait a minute. Barry's in a different position. He's not leaned back with it on his lap today.
Told you it fell.
Did you break your computer?
Nah. The leg just gave out on me. Went down pretty hard.
Were you just walking around, or what were you doing?
I was outside on the deck. Yeah. I was cleaning up the lawn a little bit.
Eesh. Well, you got to take care of yourself there, brother. I don't want you getting hurt.
The back.
David, I'm so glad you joined us, buddy.
How you doing?
Not much. I'm looking forward to seeing you here very, very soon.
It's only a week away.
Yeah, like less than a week away. It's crazy. I get it on Tuesday. When are you coming in?
I'm still figuring all that out. I think I reserved a car for tomorrow, or I reserved a car yesterday. So I think I'm going to leave early Tuesday morning, try to get in there maybe by 5 or 6.
You driving down?
Yeah. It's cheaper than flying.
Ooh.
Well, yeah, and also the parking isn't ridiculous like it is at like Gen Con, where it's like,
It's just a pain in the ass driving around there.
Do you know what I hear, Lance? All I hear is David has a car and we could get to the Hard 8.
Yeah, I heard that
See,
too.
that's how people are. Fuckers. How long of a drive is it for you, Dave?
About 12 hours.
Ain't bad. It was 24 for me.
So wait, you don't own a car normally? You're renting one, or what?
Well, no, I own a car, but I get a rental for $25 for the week. So all those miles on my car.
You can drive it like it's rented. Like
25 bucks for a week? That's a good price.
Got it.
You got that through your work or something, or what?
Yeah, I do a shit ton of driving, so I got an account that earns me points, kind of like a motel thing or whatever.
I hear you. Yeah. So no, yeah, like I said, we got all kinds of crazy stuff that recently happened. Obviously,
What?
I don't know. I mean, there's the elephant in the room, and ultimately we'll begin talking about it. But I mean, I think we'll wait on that just a little bit, and and not because I want to have a big long discussion with but I mean, obviously it's a pretty momentous thing, and for us to just not pretend it happened or whatever. Plus, it's kind of neat that we'll be able to talk like this, and then years from now, as long as YouTube still exists, we can go back and say, hey, the day after the election, what did we say back then, and then we can kind of compare and contrast and what have you. But BGG Con is around the corner, and I'm officially getting excited. I am also officially getting I don't know, it's weird. I'm already getting kind of oh my gosh, I'm gonna be gone. I'm not gonna be home for a while, because I mean, leave on Tuesday, come back on Sunday. I start worrying about how much just kind of the stress I put on my family by not being around. My wife has to solo the kids for a while, that kind of thing. So
We know she's happy to get rid of you. Packing it towards bags.
Yeah. No. I actually today. Then I got busy. I was like, oh, I'd actually cleared a lot off of my table, and I didn't have a lot going on. And then I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna pack my bags for the convention today, and then I didn't. So I'm still holding on to my like 15th consecutive convention where I don't get prepared until like the night before, and I end up staying up all night, and I'm super ass tired, and so but hopefully I don't do that again. So I'm holding out that I won't be that dumb, but who knows? The night is young, as they say. But I don't know. Okay, let's formality speaking. Has anybody played anything new lately?
New. Yeah, because I was just at the Southern Hobby Retail Expo all weekend.
Okay, what's this? What's the Southern Hobby something or other thing? What is that?
It's just like GTS's, come and play day or whatever. They do. Sunday we have a big meet and greet for a few hours at a place downtown. Sunday night they have game night, and then I do the live stream for about 4 or 5 hours. And then Monday
I'm gonna just stop right there. So what is? Say that again. What is? Because I mean, so we can actually.
It's the Southern Hobby Supply Retail Expo. Yeah.
Okay, and so what is Southern Hobby? Whatever the heck you're saying thing. What is that exactly? Is it just like? I mean, you say it's like a GTS thing, but GTS is a distributor. So what are they?
Yeah, they're a distributor.
Oh, they are a distributor. Okay, well,
one of the big four.
Okay. And
but they're based in Louisville.
Oh, okay, because I've never even heard of them as a distributor before.
So they had their big 3-day thing. Well, it's really about 2.5 days. So I got to play. I didn't get to play that many games because I was working most of the time. I was live streaming and I was filming a bunch of B-roll for the event. But I did get to play Around the World in 80 Days by Yellow Games. I got to play Deception from Gray Fox Games. And Dirigible Dastardly Dirigibles by Fireside Games.
Okay.
Arkham Horror, the card game.
Oh, here, can I interrupt you about the Arkham Horror, the card game thing real quick here? All right, so
sure.
My local game store, I'll say all day long, they're really good to me, and I've definitely, it's just like any other company or whatever, you have good things and you have bad, right? So It's one of those things where I said to him, hey, make sure I get a copy of that Arkham Horror living card game. I really want to try that out. And the guy who runs it, he's like, oh, I've already ordered a bunch of those. Don't worry about it. We're going to get a ton in. You can see where this story is going. Yeah. So like I've been waiting. He had my copy. He called me. He said, hey, I got your copy of Colony in today. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I'll stop by the place and pick it up. And he's like, also, I got like a promo kit for it or something. So you can have that if you want. I was like, oh, okay. That's cool. And then so I went in there and he was supposed to also have the Game of Thrones game, which I've been looking forward to playing that one, but like I haven't had it yet. And so and then like first thing he said was, well we didn't get those. We were getting them either on Thursday or Friday. I was like, all right, well whatever, I can come back. And then I'm like standing there and I look over and there's this box, like a brown box. And it's like sitting on top of the counter. And I kind of glance over to it and I look at it, and on the side of it, it says Arkham Horror LCG. So it's like the box that the games would be in.
Right.
And I point to it and I said, Rich, did you get the LCG in? Well, I don't know. And I was like, what do you mean you don't know? I'm looking at it, oh, that could be like an old box. I was like, no, it couldn't be an old box. I was like, it just got released. It's like it's hitting stores now. And he's like, oh, hold on. Yeah, we got 2 copies and we sold them. Just like, what? You said you were going to have a ton of these. So now I have to wait a week or a week and a half before I can get it. I was just, annoyed.
We did have them. We did have them in stock at Southern Hobby. I don't think they're out yet. I don't think they're released just yet. I think they come out this week or next week to the retailers. But for those who haven't played it, it's familiar, right? It's Arkham Horror, and they borrow heavily from the Lord of the Rings LCG in the style.
Yeah.
And a little bit from Eldritch Horror. So it's 1 to 2 players. It's set up with 3 little mysteries on the inside. And I only got to play through the first mystery, but I really enjoyed it. I had a great time playing the game. It still really captures the theme of Arkham Horror, obviously. I don't know how. I didn't get to talk to them about what their plan is for the rollout of future expansions, but the base game was quite fun. And they're all new characters in the base game. It's not the same old characters. So that was kind of nice as well. So I'd recommend that anybody who's a Arkham Horror fan or an LCG fan seriously take a look at this one.
Awesome.
Did you play Call of? I mean, it's co-op, but I mean, did you play
co-op or solo?
No, did you play the Call of Cthulhu LCG?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have it right here.
All right, so I mean, is it derivative of that, or
no? And that's what I was expecting. This is much more derivative of the Lord of the Rings LCG. How they do the agenda and act paths that you have to get enough clue tokens to move on to the next card and that kind of thing. So if you played Lord of the Rings LCG, it's very much like that. It's just there's just not as much shit in the box. But it plays really well, and I really felt the theme. Fairly well story driven.
If you only kind of liked Lord of the Rings, what do you think you feel about this? About the same, or is there things you like it better?
Like Lord of the Rings, kind of like. I probably wouldn't dive into it because then once you've played it, and you're kind of done with it. It's kind of like Time Stories that way.
Okay.
So if you're not a fan of that style of game and the way they had it laid out, then no, I would say no. But if you're an Arkham Horror fan, and the mechanics aren't as important to you as the theme, this is a great game.
I like Arkham Horror, and I like the Warcraft Adventures card game.
What I liked about it is it wasn't clunky, and it wasn't fiddly. So I felt like it was a little more streamlined than the Lord of the Rings LCG.
Then I'll probably give it a chance. Especially if I find it in the library BGG, I'll just.
But I mean, I only got to play the one mystery the one time, and then they demoed it on our live stream. So that's really about all I've seen of it. Yeah, I dug it. So I'm definitely recommending it for those who are fans of that. But that was about the only 3 games I think I got to play this weekend. The rest of the time I was working or shopping. Bought quite a few games yesterday. So I didn't walk out with a lot of free games. This expo is a little different that way, where they don't bring in tons of stock. So they didn't have a lot to give away. They did give me the Harry Potter game for free because my daughter's birthday is this weekend. So they gave me that for her birthday. But other than that, I pretty much paid for everything else. But it was good. Oh well, no, I got Mage Wars for free. I got the new Mage Wars. I got the Paladin versus Siren expansion because we do so much work with Arcane Wonders, and I do all their Mage Wars videos. Well, not all of them, but most of them. And then I got the Battlegrounds Domination expansion, which is odd that I did not even know about that since I do so much of the work for them. But those I got for free. So thank you, Arcane Wonders. Thank you, Tony.
A question for you. Was this like an invite thing, or how did you get to go?
Well, I have an account with them because I'm my online thing, so I'm actually considered a retailer, but they hired me to do their live stream and shoot B-roll. Last year, I volunteered the live stream out of my own pocket and paid for my guys to go live stream it, and this year they wanted to do it again, but they actually paid for it this time. So that, and I think because I can be a little bit of a taxi and get people around town, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's a fun thing. I mean, if you're a publisher, this year was a lot bigger than last year. It grew quite a bit with the amount of retailers that came, and we actually were out of space this year for publishers. They were actually sitting out in the hallway versus the main area, so it's grown quite a bit. And the response I got from most of the publishers there were they really enjoyed this one. They felt like they got a lot out of this one, and they liked it better than GTS one.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll see you there next year.
Yeah, I've never even heard of it, so yeah. Well, there you go. Anyway, so I mean, what of the stuff you played there, like what did you like the most?
Well, I think Arkham Horror I liked the most, but that's right up my alley.
You were just rubbing it in. Just rubbing it in.
That one, but I mean, that's, you know, Arkham Horror has always been one of my favorite games anyway. I've always loved that universe. Although I gotta tell you, I was pleasantly surprised by Around the World in 80 Days from Yellow Games. I mean, they're not known for having the deepest games, but that one, very easy to learn, very easy to play, but had quite a bit of strategy to it. If you get the right group of people who aren't whiny little bitches, you'll have a lot of fun with that one.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I think that one just came out today, actually. And then for the card, I mean, Dastardly Dirigibles is a fun little card game. I'm not going to say it's not. I actually enjoyed that one, too. I'm just now starting to work on the how to play video for them. So they gave me the copy of this to be able to do it. And Anne-Marie and what's his name? I just totally spaced his name. Shane Myers-Kopp and Gray Fox Games and I sat down. We played this real quick. And for a quick little card game, it was actually quite fun. A little bit of a stab your back thing going on there. But if you're a steampunky kind of person, it's a cool little game.
What is your feeling on the whole steampunk theme? Any of you? What do you guys think of it?
I love steampunk. I mean, Club Fantasy is based on a steampunk theme, the gears and whatever. But I think it's probably maybe a little overdone right now. That makes sense.
Did any of you guys read the book Bone Shaker?
Mm-mm.
All right. Somebody in the peanut gallery might. Is anybody watching our feed? I have no idea if anyone's even watching us right now.
Yeah.
So somebody might pipe up, but I mean, it was a book that came out. Oh, I'm guessing 5 or 6 years ago. That was a steampunky book. And somebody had told me that, it's like this really super awesome steampunk, Zeppelins and dirigibles and like swashbuckling book or whatever. And like it was this weird, like, yeah, it had a really good premise or whatever. But man, it had one of the worst endings that I've ever. And I mean, basically the entire book is kind of pushed forward by basically in this world. There's like this like city that some mad scientist did an experiment there, right? And he basically killed the entire city, and then there's whatever this infernal machine or something that he created keeps pumping out this like this deadly gas that's in the city. And so they built this giant wall because the gas is heavier than air. They built this giant wall, so basically it's like covered in this fog inside this thing. So bear with me. That's not only is that incredibly illogical and probably couldn't work, but just bear with me as far as that goes. So like the whole thing is that there's this guy that his mom says that his dad or something was like like the mad scientist or ever, and that was inside the city. And so he's convinced that his dad's still alive. And so he goes into the city, and there's like I said, there's Zeppelins and dirigibles and there's mutants and all these other things that go on. And so, and so he goes like into the city or whatever to try to find his dad. And then his mom has to follow him into the city and try to find him and save him. And so and basically that's the impetus of it. And there's a lot of stuff that happens throughout the entire thing. But then you get to the end, and I don't want to give anything away in case somebody wants to read it, because I mean it's well worth it in my opinion. Like the 90% of the book until you actually get to the end. But the end, it's just like, okay, here's the ending, and then you're like, and then you actually like your logic circuits click on, and you say to yourself, well, why would you have done this? There's absolutely no reason. You could have saved yourself all this trouble. Like the entire book didn't have to happen if you had just done this one thing, and it was very, very annoying. But if I haven't sold you on the book, you can definitely check that out. And it was one of those things too that supposedly was going to be a movie or something, and of course it never came to light or anything like that. But go ahead and check that out. Oh, and the other thing is I just read. Does you guys read? Some of you read comics. Some of you read comics. Some maybe.
No.
Okay, are you familiar with the comic Strangers in Paradise? It was a super long running comic, like basically in the 90s when and they didn't have superheroes or anything like that. It was just about people, and it was about a love triangle and just kind of following these people's lives. But anyway, the creator of that did a comic called Rachel Rising. Here, hold on, I'll hold up the. So this, you can pick this up for like $50 or something like that, and it's all like 44 issues of it. And this was once again a fantastic premise. I was like super excited. Somebody told me about this. Basically, the entire thing is this woman wakes up in a shallow grave, and she doesn't know how she got there. And like she has like obvious like markings on her body that somebody tried to strangle her to death, but wasn't successful. And it goes from there, and like all the different people that like in her life and everything like that, while she tries to figure out exactly what the heck happened to her, who she is, what she is. And this has a very, very, very supernatural aspect to it. It isn't a murder mystery per se. I mean, they kind of ditched the whole murder mystery thing almost right away, and then they just like dive right into a ton of supernatural stuff. And worth the read, but man, it was like he just like said it's like all of a sudden he decided, I'm done, and he just decided he was done writing it after he got to like issue 44. There's all these like weird cliffhangery type storylines that are just kind of left out there. Don't do anything with it, but I don't know. So if anybody in the peanut gallery knows anything about the thing, then you can go ahead and tell me. But I don't know if anybody knows anything about anything. So yeah, Kabuki Kid. Of course, Kabuki Kid would know all about all about. It's like one of the Kabuki Kid. Are you going to be at BGG Con? No, I'll wait patiently to see if she answers us. She probably is going to be there, and she's just going to like stare at us from afar and not come up and introduce herself.
I have no idea who the hell she is.
Yeah.
I did actually. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just saying, I actually got to pick up a copy of Cry Havoc while I was there.
I've opened mine up. I have read it. I've read the rules. I have yet to play it. I've had no time. None.
And then I picked up London Dread. Has anybody heard of this?
I've heard of it.
I had not heard of it. I was walking down the aisles and I saw it, and I picked it up on a whim. But it looks like it's another story-driven cooperative game. But it is programming. It's real-time programming, so that's an automatic no for Lance, I think.
What?
It's real-time programming. It's a cooperative game of Victorian horror. Just wondering if anybody actually played it. But
hold it up. Let me see it. Oh yeah, London Dread. The problem is that the rule book had is just missing a massive amount of missing an entire page of rules or something like that. They've had
That you told me because I was about to sit down and read it.
Yeah, well, you go online, and I think supposedly they fixed it. I don't know. I'm gonna just kind of trail off here. The game's got a great idea, though. I'll say that.
Okay.
But you go online and you can get the full rules for that matter.
I'll tell you, I think the biggest surprise for me is, have you guys played Deception?
Yes.
I thought that was a much, much better social deduction game than just about anything else I played.
Oh, the murderer in Hong Kong or whatever? I really like that game. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had a blast playing that. I got to play that with Ruby and Justin.
The only problem with it is that you almost have to set it up so you don't have like one person that just has poison stuff or something, because it can really screw with things. You can have artificially, just because of the placement of the different cards or tokens or whatever, the game could end up being ridiculously easy just because it's
I managed to peg the murder. I had managed to give a clue to get the murderer pegged perfectly on the first clue set.
And that should not happen. It should be something that you build to, and it's just kind of and there's nothing that person can do. I mean, there isn't a way. I mean, I think you have to play with the with the ability to kill the suspect or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's always there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't remember if it's a variant or not.
I've not played it without that.
But you have to play it so you can kill the witness. So even if you pick the right person, they can still fight back.
That's how we played it.
Yeah, I think that is you only get that if you have the person that gets to know who the person is. So I think you need a certain player count for that role. But I think that game needs a better player count too. I liken it to a quick Mysterium meets Resistance type game.
We had about 8 people play it. I played it 2 times in a row. I guessed the killers the first time, and then the second time I was the investigator and nobody got it. But yeah, we had a blast with that. That was a lot of fun. So I was very happy. Have you guys seen are you guys going to get the new Labyrinth game from the Jim Henson thing?
I probably won't. Lance might be.
No,
It's selling out because I tried to pick up a copy while I was there and it was all spoken for. So I was wondering if there's something about it that I didn't know about because I hadn't even heard of it until this week.
So it's out already?
Yeah, it was in stock and it was already spoken for. Because I picked it up and I thought, well, I'm going to buy this because somebody's going to want it and I'll sell it soon or whatever. And but yeah, it was already spoken for. So I thought, well, it must be a hot game. I didn't know about it.
No. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm sure it's a thing, but I don't know anything about it. So, what do you do?
Yeah, I played Secret Hitler this weekend, which I think is a good
Secret Hitler. Here we go. It's Secret Hitler. Oh, sorry.
I think it removes me ever wanting to play the Resistance again. I think it's a much better version of that type of game.
But it has Hitler in the name.
Yeah, I know. And my copy, I bought it at Gen Con with the wooden box, so I wouldn't have to see Hitler on my shelf and my kids ask about it. But I mean, the theme works for the game. The theme works for the game, but it is kind of distasteful to have to be Hitler, right? If you're that guy. I mean, the theme works, but it could have just as easily been something else.
Well, yeah, but obviously the theme is going to sell it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at who it's from, which is why I didn't back it initially, because I assumed it was going to be a crap game like Cards Against Humanity was a crap game. So,
yeah, there's more of those coming out too, from what I heard.
oh, yay.
It always is.
They're all the same, so it's just, there's only so many ways you could say penis on a card, but whatever.
Let's see. Penis, dork, wong, schwang, schlong. Where's Rhiannon for this? She got like 40 already, and she's not here. I'm upset with her right now.
I think the Pandemic ran a Cthulhu as well. I don't know if it's any good or not, but it seemed to be pretty popular for a little bit, so I picked it up.
Fair enough.
Did you guys play it?
I have not.
I didn't think you would.
It says pandemic, so I think Lance and I avoid it by principle.
Well, I've heard that it's actually good for pandemic, which doesn't really mean anything, I guess. I don't know. What do you do? I don't know. I'm sure, and that stinks. I should allow myself to try it and see what I think. So I can, maybe it's really good. And I need to open my eyes to the situation.
I got Star Trek Ascendancy, finally. I've been waiting for that one. It was never in stock for me to pick up. And then
You know why it wasn't?
Why?
Because they had like a weird thing where they basically like 1/10 of their shipment showed up. Like it was one of those things where it's like, they put all of the games, all the games are sitting there, and then 1/10 of them get on this ship, and then the other 9/10 of the games don't get on a ship for like 3.5, 4 weeks, but nobody knows it. They're under the impression that everything is on that one ship. And all of a sudden somebody was like, oh, what are these things still doing here on the dock? And then they're like, oh, crap. Yeah, so that's why it was like impossible to get hold of for a while. And I think it might have had something to do with the fact that like the ones that were air freighted didn't have the dice, and so they had to check and make sure they had all the dice. And I don't know, it was like a weird crate. It was a weird thing. So
then I got sent High Treason, the Trial of Louis Riel, July 1885 by Victory Point Games.
Oh, I'm unfamiliar. That's the Canadian guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real story. I remember seeing that, and I was like, I actually know the real story behind this.
Yes.
The guy ended up being executed or whatever, because he was a rabble rouser or and then depending on who you speak to, he either got his just desserts or got a bum deal. So.
Well, it's a 2-player 40-minute card game. So anybody who's interested, I don't know. I tend to like most of Victory Point Games things that aren't too kiddish, even though the production value isn't there. So if anybody's interested in that, in a 2-player anyway.
They do have good stuff. However, what was the one the fairly recent one or whatever? The Hunt, man, that game was. That was not good.
No, that was a disaster, and I was pretty disappointed with I Say Sherlock, in the sense of that really had almost nothing to do with any kind of investigation or anything to do with Sherlock, really. So that was a disappointment.
Yeah, I want to see the new Nemo though from them.
Yes.
That one, and quite honestly, their best game without a doubt is Darkest Night. That game's amazing. It's one of the best. If you got a group that loves co-ops and you don't own Darkest Night, especially now that they have the deluxe edition that has everything inside of it, all the expansions and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Darkest Night is take the whole premise of like kind of like a talisman-y game where you travel the land trying to like figure out what's going on, and then take the Arkham Horror like thing where you have the big evil thing that you're trying to defeat, but instead of like an Arkham Horror where it shows up eventually maybe and then you have to defeat it, actually put that on the board and it chases you down. Like and there's this wonderful mechanism where basically the more like good things you do that you have to like defeat monsters, you have to go on quests and do things, but the more stuff you do that's good, you gain light, and then the more light you gain, the more you are basically this big giant beacon for the Necromancer Lord to see you, and then he starts moving in on you, and if you don't have the artifacts that you need to destroy him, and he attacks you, you can't hurt him, and so he'll just kill you. So it's like you have this thing where it's like you'll do good, and then you'll have to go into hiding, and so you have to kind of, and then he'll like move away from you, and he'll go after somebody else, and so you kind of ping pong the Necromancer Lord back and forth amongst you as you try to get it done. It's yeah, like I said, it's just it combined a lot of different things that I really really like. So Darkest Night, great game.
Yeah.
But
evidently I butched Louis Riel's name wrong. Sorry, kid. The guy in High Treason.
Well, it happens.
Yeah. Riel, because people gotta let me know.
Barry, you play anything recently?
No. I missed Beer Mongers yesterday again. Yeah. No, I haven't.
Really?
No, I haven't played anything. A couple weeks.
Well, fine. Keith, help me out.
Help you out with what?
Just like with tell me something you've done or played a game, like something new recently.
No, I played the first two. Finally played the second scenario, Mechs versus Minions. So I got to feel what the game's starting to play like, which it's not a bad game. With the amazing production quality, it's worth what I paid for it. I'm not disappointed. It's almost a gateway game, so it kind of works really nicely from that standpoint. So that was fine. I played some more Terraforming Mars, The Secret Hitler. I played a couple other games, and I played, I don't know, Feast for Odin 3 times in the last 4 days because I keep playing that. So
you're just in love with that game, aren't you?
Yeah, I just keep trying to get it. I finally got what I would call a decent score. I got 128 points in one game, so I felt good about that. So I got a little less obsessed, and I proved to myself I could score well without having to do a certain strategy. So I kind of feel like, okay, there's more I know about that puzzle. And until I got to that point, I just couldn't get it out of my head. It's something that I like to just keep screwing with and seeing how else I can generate points in the game with the different things I can do. So yeah, I'm enamored with that game. I'm not going to claim it's the best game in the world or it's perfect, but I have to say it's probably my favorite Euro game that I've played, period. Just because it fits me well, not that it's the best game out there. I mean, I think there's a lot of things that you've got the dice and the randomness that a lot of people won't like. You've got the random card draws, and my fear is that somebody gets really good occupations that work well for what they're trying to do, and somebody else gets the meh occupations that aren't great at all. Then you can get a little bit of an unbalanced game. But I don't care. I just enjoy trying to play the puzzle that is that game, and I'm happy playing it just by myself. So, yeah, it's interesting.
But yeah, is that your game of the year right now, or?
Probably. I mean, I've played the game 9 times since I got it, which is a lot for me to play any game. There's no game that's heavy I've played 9 times in my entire collection, period. Mm-hmm. So, because I tend to, fall into that cult of the dude stuff. And, I mean, I literally will play it multiple days around. Like I said, I played it Saturday. I played it Monday and Tuesday because I had something in my head and I had to get back out there and try it again. So, Yeah, I mean, I can set the game up in 5 minutes. I can knock it. I was going to just do a turn Monday night and then go up and watch TV. I'd set it up. I'm like, I'm just going to do one round. And I was playing it 2 players by myself. And I'm going to go upstairs and do something else. As soon as I'm finishing the last turn and scoring, I finally moved from standing over the table where I was standing to play that one turn. I literally just lost myself in this puzzle and just stood there. So, yeah, it's probably my game of the year, which, I thought maybe Mansions of Madness was a serious contender for that for me. I don't usually have a game of the year. There's a lot of games I really like, but this is the game I just can't get out of my head. I mean, I could teach it from heart without the rule book to people. It'll still take a while to teach, but it's easy for me to teach it. So, because I know it that well at this point. It's a solid game. It's one that I only paid $65 for it, and I wouldn't bat an eye at paying the MSRP of $100 for it. So I think it's that good.
Very cool.
We get you off this Cult of the New bullshit.
Yeah, I tend to fall into that Cult of the New thing. I've got classics I like to go back and dive into, and there's some titles that are great for me, but I like getting new shiny things and playing them. Now I'm starting to resist. I'm not buying everything shiny that I did once before. I'm buying much fewer games. I'm buying them in more of a burst now, but I picked up Clank, and I bought Clank because people said Clank was great, and I played it. And I played it again this weekend, and I think Clank is an interesting deck builder because I like that it does something different. The whole delving the dungeon and pushing your luck and trying to get back out. But in the end, it's not the deepest game, pardon the pun. But it's a fun little distraction. But in the end, it's still a deck building game, and it's not the best deck building game. It just does something different, more so than Trains did something different. Trains, you've got a board as well, but it's more area control. And this one, you're moving on a map and doing some neat stuff with your deck building. So I won't say I'm disappointed I bought Clank, but I'll say it's not a game I'm going to go back to several times. That's after playing it like 3 times, so I've been investing a little more time into it.
There was a lot of this weekend people were playing it, and there was a lot of raucous stuff going on at the table. I didn't get a chance to play it, but it seemed like they were really enjoying it.
I think a lot of people will like it, and I like it. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's if you were to say pick a deck builder that you want to plop down and play with people, I would probably gravitate towards that one as one of the options because it's not just go buy a card and gather points. There's a little more to it than that. But it's a neat game. And I like that it's unique and it's a little bit fresh in a genre that, quite honestly, has gone extremely stale after a bit of time. Deck building really started to feel all the same. And I like deck builders. But it does something different, much like Core Worlds does something different, which is way heavier and takes too long to play. It's solid. I played some Terraforming Mars again, which is a really good game. We had really tight scores when I taught 2 people to play it. When I play the game, I feel like I worry about the card draws that I get, but the end score showed that we were all competitive and we were all working different angles on our cards and different abilities on our corporations. So I think it's a really solid game. I almost swear that game needs the third-party little trays and stuff that people are coming out with because you freaking sneeze and bump the table, you're going to completely lose track of what your production was. So that's kind of that's the only drawback I'll really give Terraforming Mars. But I like the theme. I like the way it works where it's in-game conditions. I like the way you have cards that are completely useless either early or late game, but extremely powerful when they are usable. And you can do a little bit different things. But then in the end, you've got to work the planet because if you don't, you're going to get your ass kicked, without a doubt. Another cool game.
Yeah. It's weird. It seems like once again all the really really awesome games are coming out at the end of the year again. Yeah. And I mean, it's just, maybe it's just, it seems like that. I'm sure there were really good games that I liked at the beginning of the year, but I mean, if all of us just took 30 seconds and tried to think, what was a really awesome game we played at the beginning of 2016?
Well, then I'd have to remember what games came out.
Yeah, exactly. Is that like it's like?
Well, it's a little bit biased because these games are fresh in my mind and they're new, so they can pop into my head. But let me just look at some games from early 2016. I'll tell you if I liked any.
Rebellion, I like that one.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
See, but Rebellion just feels like it was so long ago now. It's like we're such a consume and release hobby now. I mean, I remember when Rebellion came out, because that was the big game I was going to say too. I mean, I remember when Rebellion came out, like everybody I knew that played board games was talking about Rebellion and how great it was. It was just like, they were like, this game is freaking awesome, and then, and it was like that for like 3 months, but it's like all of a sudden it just kind of, whatever.
That's how the hobby is now.
When did Luna come out in Orleans?
Luna's old.
Luna's a reprint. Yeah.
Luna's an old school. Yeah.
I know it's a reprint, but when did it come out with your version?
Whoa! I think our Luna came out last year. Yeah, but I mean, Luna's like a 2009 title, 2010. Yeah. So, I mean, it's like, so we'll have Oracle, Ponzi, Ars Alchemia, Orleans Invasion, and our reprint of At the Gates of La Yang at BGG Con. So we'll actually have a lot of cool stuff that are gonna be there. But of those, in my opinion, Ponzi is the one that I think is the best. It's super awesome and fun. But
but that's a reprint. Well, not.
Well, it's an import technically, or whatever. We brought it over.
I completely failed at the challenge of finding a good new game from the early part of this year. I did. I just went through everything I've played this year, and looking for something released early that jumps out at me, I completely failed. Yeah. Well, I mean, and most games come out at Essen, right? I mean, and this year even more so than the past. I mean, we all said that, the releases at Gen Con, while we may have picked up several things, there was nothing we were like super excited about, and Origins was even thinner than it was the year before. I mean, I'll say the best game I got from Origins is, this is going to sound like another freaking shameless plug, but Guilds of London. Followed by...
I can't... Wait a minute, just time out. Who is the fantastic company that came out with Guilds of London?
It's somebody in Europe, I think.
Yeah, what was it?
From Tasty Minstrel Games.
See, I would have accepted Surprise Stare Games as well.
Yeah, I couldn't.
That's Tony's company.
And Junk Art's the other one I liked from Origins quite a bit.
I loved Mare Nostrum.
I haven't played it, so I can't comment on it.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my copy.
What?
I played it, but I'm still waiting on my copy. I didn't buy it there.
Why are you still waiting on your copy?
I don't know. Something with cool stuff. It might be with another pre-order or something. I don't know.
I know we've shipped out all the copies of it. Yeah, I mean, that came out just before I started working with them, and I got to play it before I started working with them. I loved that game. I thought that was a great game. So yeah, I thought it was solid for the year.
Do you prefer it with the big mat?
Yes, although the mat is so big it actually doesn't even fit on the game table. All the pieces.
Yeah, I played Jamie's copy at Origins, I think it was.
But the mat is so beautiful; it just adds a ton to the experience, So I love the map. What do you guys think of Tyrants of the Underdark?
I played it once, and I was like, all right, this is cool, but why would they make it so ugly? I mean, that game, just, if they had taken the time to, like, kind of, like, pimp it out a little bit, or just, it looks so damn ugly. I don't. which shouldn't matter. But I mean, it's like you're.
But with that theme and the possibilities that you could have had, when you got a wizard's license like that, absolutely you should have taken the time to make it pretty.
I mean, and it died on the vine because because here's the deal, and this is one of those things that just drives me crazy, is that people are gonna like see that they're like, ooh, the Dro, and they're gonna say, wow, awesome, and they're gonna walk over and they're gonna pick up that box and they're gonna flip it over and they're gonna say, ugh. I mean, they're just it's like they're gonna, they're gonna be totally uninterested.
Right. Whose game was that?
That was Gale Force.
Yeah, Gale Force.
Yeah, I thought it was. That surprised me.
I mean, they also put Ascendancy out like 2 months later from that, and Ascendancy just kind of. I mean, I remember being at Gen Con and they had one table for Underdark, and they had everything else was Ascendancy, and they had just released Underdark at Origins.
Yeah.
So I mean, they weren't even pushing it hard at Gen Con.
Yeah, I don't know. But whatever.
Whatever. What can you do?
So, all right. Well, I mean, I don't know. We're kind of. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna. So where were you last night when you had your moment of like, really?
I think I fell asleep before all the results came in. I think we were about. I think Trump was at 240 something and Clinton was at 220 something, and I passed out. I couldn't stay up anymore because I'd been up all weekend doing the filming, and I was sleeping like 2 or 3 hours a night, and it was just crazy. So yeah.
Yeah, I was playing Skyrim on my PS4, and I just had my phone out and just playing. I'm playing the live feed on the CNN, and I just and watching it as it came in, and I remember at the moment where I was just like, my wife had gone to bed, everybody else was asleep in the house, and I had to actually go wake up my wife just to say, he's gonna fucking win. I was just like, and that was like what I actually said, and I woke her up to tell her, and so yeah, so there you go. It's a brave new world.
It's a brave new world.
It's historic, if not anything else.
Isn't it though? Like it really, really didn't sink in for me until he actually walked out to give his speech at 3:00 in the morning. Because all of a sudden I was like, I'm staying up for this. This is this is historic. I got to watch this right.
The first thing that went through my head is how the fuck do we have a TV reality star be president of the United States of America?
Who's never held a political office. Never held a political office, and now he's going to have
military office in his life.
I mean, well, no, it's true. Reagan was governor, but
I hope he doesn't screw it up.
I don't. We got checks and balances. I'm not too worried about that.
You can say we hope he doesn't screw it up for anybody, though.
Right, for anybody, not for me, for everybody.
Okay, let's dial this back, because everybody says a reality TV star. Trump was a billionaire way before he was. I mean, he was always a successful businessman. He'd already written a book that everybody in any corner of finance had bought and read. It's not like he's unproven with some of the things he's going to have to deal with. And Obama himself only held office for 6 months when he was elected president. So it's not like you need a crap ton of experience, because you completely and utterly rely on your cabinets and the people you appoint to guide you anyway when you're president. So, one person could not possibly know all the shit that a president has to know.
Of course not.
Yeah, no.
So, yeah, that doesn't really bother me so much that he didn't have the experience. But then again, it'll just be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I was more interested to see all the reaction today than anything.
I was surprised at how close it was. I mean, up until the last 2 hours of it or whatever. But
well, that was an interesting thing too, because it was, and admittedly, you're gonna have bias no matter where you go, but it really depended on where you were looking. Like if you went to Fox News, I mean, they were giving him the states maybe a little early. Like the ones that try to maintain an even keel, like Reuters or like that, we're playing it safe, but not like giving and then like ones that had they're well accepted to have like a liberal bias or whatever. We're definitely like we're the last to announce. It was like if he had won a state, like 30 minutes later, they'd announce that he won it as well. So I mean, but that's to be expected. I mean, it's one of those things where, I don't know, tons of questions, right? I mean, and I totally understand, and I get why people are upset, and I recognize why they're worried, and but ultimately, it's one of those like horrible situations. I can think about it. It isn't a horrible situation. It's a situation where you have to recognize that yes, there is something that's already like there's something that's like people are saying, well, like 59 million people voted for him or whatever. Well, why? Why? And like it isn't like all 59 million people are racist. It isn't like all 59 million people are sexist, or it's it's something where I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, and there's
status quo.
Well,
them old lies. If you look at it, if you try to back out and look just honestly, nothing has changed on either side of the aisle in 30 or 40 years. The Democrats haven't helped the poor people like they said they would. The Republicans haven't helped the poor people like they said they would. Nobody's done a damn thing other than play the game. So people are tired and they're just disenfranchised. So they want to shake it up. And I think people are tired of tired of not having term limits, to be honest with you. I think people are tired of politicians having the greatest health care in the world while the average person doesn't, or the military people, your veterans don't. I think people are just tired of that kind of crap where everybody's treated like a second-class citizen.
But that's not going to change now either, because the people that have to propose a bill for term limits are the ones that would be limiting their terms, and it'll never happen.
No, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now because Republicans control the presidency in both houses.
The Republicans are professional politicians.
Yes, they are. But if it's going to happen, it's more likely to happen with a Republican, one side controlling everything. It doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. So there will be maybe a little less clogging up the dam kind of deal. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I got into it. Like, I have a friend who is, and everything I say, I realize it's weird because people are going to like try to pinpoint me as being like this conservative and this Republican. I really am not. But like I said, I always try to understand where both sides are coming from. I mean, because it's nothing's always black and white. And I have a friend down in Florida who was, and he's very, very conservative, very, very Republican, and he started texting me around 7. He was like, I'm cautiously optimistic right now, and I was just like, well, time will tell, kind of thing. And he got more, and and he's, and he fits the demographic perfect. He's extremely religious. He's a lawyer. He's got money. He's white. I mean, it's just so he he follows along. And he does. He's their audience, right? And he said something to me that I found really interesting. He's like, I understand why people find Donald Trump to be an awful human being. I get it. But I will never judge anybody just on their worst days. He's like, because those people also have good days too. And it's always somewhere in the middle. And I was like, and that was, and admittedly, I think Trump's had way more worse days or at least much more vocal and
yes,
public worse days.
Yeah.
But I actually like that. I like that comment, and admittedly it is very it's kind of giving him an apology for it, and he's so, I mean, I don't know, it's weird, it's just the whole situation is just seems almost not real,
I think what bugs me most is all the misinformation. Like, I've seen all day long people complaining about Obamacare and what screwed it up, and most of these people have no idea what they're talking about. I have to be honest. None of them have sold insurance. They haven't done deep research into the healthcare industry. They don't know what's really going on. They're just spouting the rhetoric they hear from someone else, or the people bitching and complaining about the price of board games are going to go up because of the trade tariffs from China. And I'm like, so it's better to get cheaper board games than it is to keep the work back home so people can get paid and feed their families. That kind of logic doesn't jive with me. And as much as I love board games, and as much as it would be nice to be able to create cheap board games, we are facing a logjam of too many board games coming out. So maybe in a way it's a way of writing the board game system if we can't put out board games every month because we can't afford it. Maybe board games will get sold more because there's fewer of them, so more copies of a certain board game get sold because that's what we're talking about, versus having so many coming out that you miss half of what comes through, or you don't have to have such a deep cult of the new. So there could be some very positives that come out of it as well, but we all know that China manipulates their currency to keep it so that they get all the business going their way for the manufacturing. There's a lot of things going on that probably need to be righted that Trump may or may not fix, but there's a lot of rhetoric going out there too that just is not quite true. And as somebody who sold health insurance for 10 years, I can tell you most of the people spouting this shit about Obamacare, they're completely and utterly wrong and false. They're just not even close to the reality. We've wasted more money installing Obamacare than all of the claims put through Obamacare since its inception. We would have spent less money if we handed everybody in America $1 million and let them pay their own health care. That is the truth, but people don't want to hear that. So while I agree that socialized medicine is a good thing, it was certainly not implemented very well. And we have, I think it's a 1/3 dropout rate of insurance companies on the plan. So, part of that is greed. I have to assume that part of that is greed. They don't want to lose, all those premiums or whatever that they were getting before. But at the same point, I know that here in Tennessee, our premiums jacked up 42% this year alone. My monthly premiums went from like $387 to almost $1,300 a month.
But that's not everybody. I mean, it's
no, but it is the majority of Americans that have massive hikes in their premium. Some places were up to 63 or 72%. I can't remember which it was. So, but not all of the country. Some of the states didn't get hit that bad. So it's just not a very well thought out and rolled out program. They could either repeal it and redo something, or they need to break it down state by state and fix it so that everybody gets their health coverage. But right now, it's a disaster, and it's costing Americans way more than it's helping them, at least financially.
It was I don't know. It's like somebody asked me, it's like, how did he win? And I was just like, wow, I didn't really have an answer. I mean, it was like, there was a really, really good article written on Slate.com by one of their people, and basically they pointed the finger directly at the people that run the Democratic Party. I mean, just basically, they just thought this was a shoo-in, and that he talked about how they after the nomination, they never went back to Wisconsin once. Just never had anybody even go there just to talk or anything like that. I mean, just stuff like that. He was pointing to stuff like that, and he said this was everybody just lined up because they thought that she was going to win and there was no way she was going to lose, and everybody that had He said every young go-getter and every entrenched person that had followed the Clintons their entire lives just signed up, and they made everybody believe it was going to happen, and they just didn't do anything. They didn't put any real effort into having any sort of a policy or any kind of like a basis of their I don't know if this is true or not. This is me quoting this guy, and like that, and all it was I'm better than this idiot that I'm running against. And I don't know, man. I
think part of it
on battleground states too much and not enough on their own states. Right. You know what I'm saying? Didn't Trump steal Pennsylvania from them or a state or two?
Yes. Yes, that shocked me. Pennsylvania shocked me. I lived there for most of my life. That shocked me. Like Pennsylvania's weird. Well, I guess most states are like this. Like there's 4 or 5 counties that'll carry the whole state basically.
Right.
You know, we got Pittsburgh. Yeah. But like the counties that usually pull in Democrat, for the most part did, but not nearly as much as they thought it would. Like I said, Pennsylvania shocked me. That's been Democrat since I was born.
He almost carried Minnesota, which is
very liberal.
And that just doesn't happen.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
But then again, Minnesota is a very union-oriented state, and if he's promising jobs, that probably resonated with some of them. So, Duluth used to be a huge mining town. There's nothing there anymore. So, that might have been part of that deal. But yeah, I think they relied too heavily on the status quo as far as keeping their votes, and then spent too much time on the battleground states.
I think they listen to the polls too much, and not the party itself. I think people got overconfident due to the lead in all the polls, and seeing all the projections that said, "Hey, we've got this. We're so far ahead," and people relaxed and didn't get out and vote because they thought they had it. I think there's some element of that. I think there's a lot of just hidden information. I think people voted for Donald Trump that were ashamed and wouldn't tell people they were voting for Donald Trump because of his personality, his bigotry that is presented in some of his statements he makes, and things like that. I think all of that contributed. Did
you guys ever actually go look at your Facebook page, friends who were following Donald versus who were following Hillary?
No, I ignored Facebook completely today.
Yeah,
I don't follow anybody. So.
I didn't even look at the news today.
And I went and looked, and at least in my case, it was true. I would think it was about 2 to 1 on my friends list were following the Donald Trump page versus following the Hillary page. So I wonder if there was something to that.
I have no idea.
I did not like what she did at the end there, where she told everybody to go home, and then she called him and renounced. I didn't like that.
Why?
She should have came out and said to the people.
Yeah, she should have come out that night like everybody else does.
Yeah.
I think she wanted to get, she had a lot of very loyal supporters, and I think she wanted to sit down and send the right message, and it was too emotional time for her to do anything then. And I think she did a very good speech today, and
I thought they both did good speeches.
Yeah, I thought hers was very well.
Obama did one. I mean, Obama's speech was really good too. I also think though that they were deciding whether or not they were going to fight back over the votes, whether or not they wanted a recount or whatever because of the popular vote.
Yeah.
I think that was part of their decision not to come out right away as well.
Yeah, I think the thing that disappointed me was I personally never like to see when the executive branch and the Congress are all 100% the same party. Yeah. And I didn't want to see that this year. And I fully believe, this is my personal opinion, I have no facts. The Democrats were originally projected to take the Senate. And I think what you see is the effect of most people assumed that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election. And due to that, they wanted to try to prevent a full Democratic control, and they voted heavily Republican in Congress. And then when Trump pulled off the upset, that's how they got all 3. That's my opinion based on just some, just from my observation of how did it swing that far.
Sure.
I also think that if Bernie Sanders was the Democratic nominee, he would have kicked the dog shit out of
I
don't know.
I think he would have.
That's a very excuse the term, sexy thing to say now.
No, but I thought it before anybody was talking about it. I thought of it instantly because he was not despised.
I find it interesting how both parties.
Had it been just him and Donald, I don't think Donald would have been anywhere near as vocal and rough as he was with the things he said.
Yeah, but I think his past would have still come out enough to bite him, right?
True, but then you're going to have all the people who are going to say, why would I want a guy to be president who's never actually held a job? So, you're going to have all that too, and Bernie's past would have come out and people would have started his credentials, doubting his credentials as well. So, I don't know that I agree he would have landslided him. I do think he possibly could have won by a much bigger margin than she did. But, there was a lot to worry about with Bernie as well. It's not like any of these guys were all perfect.
There's a lot to worry about with anybody that runs for the office because anybody would want to have at their own dinner table is going to run.
100% moral. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
But I find it funny how both parties were split before, the nominations. Like, there was no clear-cut nomination in the beginning from either party. The Republicans, half of them don't like Trump. Same with the Democrats. Half of them were for Bernie, half of them were for Hillary.
Well, the problem that I think the Republicans are going to try to figure out how they're going to recover from this Donald Trump mess and how they're going to reform their party to make them not look so stoic and careless, or non-caring, I should say. But now, the Clintons have shot their wad. They will never ever be able to run for office again. Well, not only that, but there was just too much damage and baggage from Hillary and Bill Ball. So that party as well has got to figure out, are they going to try to be socialist like Bernie, or are they going to try to be more globalist like Hillary, and what that party is going to do? Because I guarantee you, once Trump gets in office, he's going to undo a lot of the shit that Obama did. So they have to kind of retrack everything that they've done over the last 8 years and figure out how they're going to do it.
On a completely like on a humanist note, as far as like Hillary is, man, just you wait and you wait and you wait for your chance, and then you don't get your chance in 2008, and then you do the right thing and you keep your head down and you help and then you get your chance and that's it, you're done. It's just like, I realized that like when she was doing her thing and saying her consolation thing, and I was just kind of like, oh, woe is her. She's going to be able to go and, give speeches and get hundreds of thousands of dollars, and she'll still be involved and she'll still do her whatever. But that's got to stink. I felt a little bit bad. But but then again, why should I feel bad? Lots of people that ran for president and then didn't win, and they never got another shot. So,
well, when you look at her, you could see that she was visibly upset that she didn't win. It wasn't like, her demeanor was very much like, to me, it came off as very entitled and very much like, I deserve this and he doesn't. But at the same point, I think
let's be fair here. You're a career politician. This is what you've been waiting for. Right. You have this this. I'm going to be the first female president of the greatest nation of the world, and you have this complete, just train wreck of a person come in and just take a. Take a giant piss all over the whole situation, and then come out smelling like a rose. It's just, I can't even imagine.
Well, my point was that it tends to make you very callous towards her. But then when you see her and how emotional she was and fighting back the tears during her speech, you're like, she might have wanted this a little more than we thought she did on a personal level. It wasn't just a business thing, and so that made me feel a little bit bad. But then again, I thought, you know what? You lied, you perjured yourself under oath, you did all kinds of things that really made you look bad, and damaged your reputation with a good portion of the country that were still sitting on the fence. Why should I feel bad when you flat out lied?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say this. And this is going to be, I don't know. This is going to be a little controversial, but I'm not. And here's the deal. So I heard from more than a few people that have said that, and these are people that from all walks of life. I mean, from people who work blue collar and white collar, who are young, old, and this isn't me. This is just what I've heard. I mean, like, I knew when I went to go drive over to my father-in-law's house, who is very, and he as I mentioned, and I love him to death. He's a great grandpa, and I always have very good conversations with him, and he's a very intelligent person, but he is just red state Republican. That's what he is, and it's just and it is interesting to listen to him, what he has to say or whatever, but he you guys in the chat are cracking me up. I'm sorry, but all right, but no, he and other people too. They've gotten to this point in their lives where they aren't racist, they aren't sexist. They believe in equality. They believe that everybody deserves the right to be whatever they have, but they are tired of being made to feel like they're the jerk because they just happen to be white and they just happen to be male. Yeah. And I think, and I don't know, this is me thinking, I think we had a situation where a lot of those people that wouldn't have voted, that wouldn't have come out, felt that way. And I'll fully admit, I'm sure there was a lot of them as well that also felt like and this is horrible if this is the case, and this is absolutely horrible in this case, who felt, I don't want a woman running my country. And that's horrible. That if that's the case, that is absolutely awful. But you can't dictate who gets to vote and who doesn't. No. And I think that the Democratic Party vastly underestimated the power of 35 and older men in the country being driven to go out and vote.
Yeah, I fully said, I think people forgot that old white men exist when it came to Trump voting, because I think that's who came out and voted for Trump. And I'm not one of them, just as an FYI. But
I did not vote for him either.
I did read an article by a progressive journalist. They are firmly on the Democratic side, but they were talking about, we have kind of made a mistake in that we have marginalized the working class white man for his privilege. And this isn't me, this is the article I read, because we've made him feel like he is completely alone. And he's talking about the people that are living paycheck to paycheck, right? And there's a lot of them out there that are white men, just like black men and Hispanic women and everyone else that, are barely making it. And, because it's not just minorities that are barely making it. And they're like, my privilege hasn't done anything for me, so I guess I'll use my only privilege I've got and go vote for somebody I think that'll do something for me. And I don't necessarily agree with that statement of that's a truth, but I think that is a truth in how Trump got elected. I think there are people that feel that way, whether it's true or not.
For months on social media, if you ever made a comment about anything, people would dogpile you because you were white male and you didn't understand. And that used to just drive me absolutely crazy because, I've had highs in my life and I've had lows in my life. I've been homeless and I've been very successful. And but none of that was because it was handed to me. None of it. I've always earned everything that I've gotten. And when you have people sitting there telling you all this kind of stuff, you're like, you know what? Fuck you. I don't.
Yeah.
I never went on state assistance. I never got welfare. I never, filed for unemployment when things weren't going my way.
But let's just stop there. I mean, let's just stop there for a second. I mean, that doesn't. There's nothing wrong with welfare. There's nothing wrong.
What I'm saying is that we don't, not everybody is gaining from a white privilege. So, some of us really struggle at points in our lives, and when people say that stuff to you, it does disenfranchise you. So, that definitely could be a part of it. I think that, I'll be honest, I never heard one person, I never saw it, and I never heard anybody say they wouldn't vote for a woman. I never saw it, and I never heard it. So I don't know how much that played into it, but I do think people are tired of the social justice warrior bully mentality online or in the comments section of any forum of any article that you read or video that you read. And I think people just kind of got tired of that and stood up and said, you know what? We're done with you. I think that was part of it. I think that article might have a real point, because you can't say anything online anymore without somebody jumping your shit.
I think there's fairness in that. But I will say a lot of the online thing has actually opened my eyes to how other people feel. And I actually think before I speak, in postings and things like that, because I don't know what it feels like to be them, and I don't want to marginalize how they feel. I feel like I've grown as a person immensely from my youth. When I was a kid growing up in Southern Indiana, I mean, I knew like one black person. It was a bigoted area, and you were homophobic because you didn't understand it. And now I'll support your right to marry a frickin' turnip if that's what you want, because it doesn't affect me. Do what you want to do. And if you don't feel safe, who am I to tell you shouldn't feel safe? That's not my place either. So I like to think I've grown, but I'm sure I'm going to say something stupid because I'm a dumb old white man at this point, and I've got a lot of prejudice in my body.
It also makes you who you are. I mean, and it's what causes you to react to the things that you do.
But I've got a daughter now, and I don't want her to grow up feeling that way.
That's exactly it. And like a buddy of mine said something to me, and he said, and this is a little bit dramatic on his part, but a buddy of mine said to me, and he's like, I haven't, and he's fairly liberal, but he's very libertarian, and he's voted libertarian for years. And he finally said, I voted for Hillary. I voted Democratic for the first time ever because I couldn't look at my daughters in the eye and lie and tell them that I had when I hadn't. He was like, this was, at the very least, I'm doing my part kind of thing, and I got that, and I understood that. The thing is that, if you know the comedian Bill Burr, he's a little bit bombastic and but he's one of those people that he's funny, but he's like non-PC funny, and so he can definitely grate on people. But I think what a lot of times is that we say this white privilege thing, and I think we all can recognize the fact that because we are dudes and we happen to be Caucasian, we are never going to face like the things that happen. We'll never know what it's really like to be a minority in this nation. We'll never know what it's like to be a woman in this nation. But I don't consider any of you to be racist or sexist in any way, shape, or form. So but we can't. There's no way we can understand that. And there's a part of me that says yes, we should work for it. But the problem with this thing, people say, oh, white privilege, and all, and they try to like say that you don't understand it. Yeah, okay, I get it. But the problem is that, and Bill Burr said this, way better than I'm going to, but he said when you go up to a guy who's making $11 an hour and is facing losing his house or living in a 1-bedroom apartment and he's just grinding away each working 20 hours of overtime so he can make ends meet, and you go up to him and tell him he's privileged because he's white, he's not going to listen to you. Okay, if you go up to somebody who's making a 6-figure salary and you say, well, you got this because you're white, maybe they can take a moment and step back and say, maybe I did. I had doors open for me before I ever even knew I had to go to that door. But you can't, and that's what I think it was. It was like this weird middle America. They mentioned the Rust Belt so many times, and if you go and look at the map of the United States, you look right there, right smack dab in the middle of the nation, and it's just red. I mean, the whole thing, up and down, and that's, and so what does that say? I mean, as I was trying to get to, it's like you have these people, and I recognize you are the people that, and I'm like, I'll fully admit, I'm concerned. I am worried. I'm sure nothing bad will happen, but it is like I said, the Brave New World. I mean, it is completely uncharted territory. For the political mind of myself, I am fascinated with what's going to happen over the next 4 years. I mean, it could turn out to be very, very dull and very, very boring, and it could just be more of the same. But I am absolutely fascinated by what's going to happen, and this weird expectancy that I have. But it's the situation we have is that these nearly 60 million people, whatever, stood up and said, "We don't want this." Well, what does that say about us as a nation? I mean, is that I don't think it's a big middle finger to minorities or women or anything like that. But I think a lot of people are interpreting like that.
Well, the other thing we're leaving out, and I think this has something to do with it too, is legally and technically, Hillary Clinton was not allowed to run for office.
Oh, and that
is absolute truth.
Oh, that's
absolute truth.
You are such that I'm gonna call BS on that one.
It is law. It is absolute law. It is an absolute law. Whenever you perjure yourself in court, or whenever you destroy classified information, that person is no longer allowed to hold office of any kind in the government.
But you have to be convicted, and you're innocent until proven guilty.
No, you don't have to be convicted.
Yes, I'm gonna once again. I'm gonna call BS on that too.
All you want. I was military intel for a living. I know the law. She was not allowed to hold public office. Period. And everybody glossed over it. And there was no way in this world the FAI was not in collusion over that whole thing. So
let me ask a question related to this topic. So Trump had said he was going to appoint a special prosecutor to try to prosecute Hillary over the emails, the perjury, etc.
That won't happen.
Right.
Does he follow up on it, or does Barack Obama just simply say, "Here's a pardon," and be done with it, so that we don't have to put our country through that stupidity?
Well, he can't pardon her because she was never convicted. But
that's not true.
That's not true. Look at
Gerald Ford, and
there is precedent for that to happen.
I haven't seen that, but somebody was saying that the FBI said that for the second time that she wasn't guilty. I haven't seen that come out either, so I don't know if that's true.
They didn't say she wasn't guilty. They just said that she shouldn't be charged and indicted because they don't think a prosecutor would take the case.
I don't know. I don't think Trump's going to do anything because he won, and there was, I think half of that was just vitriol for ratings and whatever.
I think it was too, and I hope so, because I don't want our country to have to go through
I can tell you, as a military intel officer, if I had destroyed one of those documents, I would have been in jail for many, many years.
You would have been.
Yeah.
But that's, oh my gosh, you mean people with money and power can get away with crime? Ooh, geez. Stop the presses.
The problem for me wasn't so much that she got away with the crime, it's that they were willing to let her get away with the crime, but they wanted to persecute Trump over Trump University and all this other bullshit.
Well, I mean, he should be. I mean,
he absolutely should be, but so should she.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, it's just, but I'm not gonna. This isn't a situation. And just let me. I will let you speak all day long, but let me finish my thought. Then you can interrupt me. You can say you can't just say, well, you didn't prosecute her, so you can't prosecute him, and vice versa. That doesn't work.
Right. You've seen me say that on Facebook a million times.
And so the thing is that it is a situation where, you don't make a lot of money without screwing somebody over. That's just the way it is. And he has screwed people over, and that's not news. That's not like, oh my gosh, really? You know, I mean, and so I mean that's what I find really. I mean, I will always and completely and totally believe that the people before, you know, all of the presidents that we've had before, and all corrupt skeletons, you know. Yeah. It's just, but he's the first one to like. It's just, I mean, it's like, yeah, he's awful, you know. I mean, it's just like it's right there, right smack dab in front of you, and it's just
he wasn't any worse than Clinton, and that's the way that's the way I felt. I didn't think that he felt any more dangerous to me than she did. Just they were just dangerous for different reasons. Clinton is a military intel nightmare. She is severely dangerous in that regard, and I think she's also kind of dangerous, you know, maybe with her behind the scenes attitude. He's dangerous because you don't know what the hell he's going to say. You don't know who the hell he's going to piss off.
Well, I mean, it's
create a bigger.
No, you don't have to worry about it anymore, right? Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know. We don't have to worry about it, but I mean, I just didn't think that to me that his business dealings were any more of a concern to me than her political dealings.
Yeah.
Well, I have some election stuff I'd like to talk about that makes me amused, and it's my favorite part of the 2016 election. It has nothing to do with the President of the United States. There is nothing better every year than going in and reading California propositions on the ballots.
How many propositions do they have?
Like 67 or so, something like that. But I can see it starts at 51 maybe, but let's go to some of my favorites in here real quick. Increase taxes on tobacco and e-cigarettes to increase funding for health care for low-income Californians. And, you know, that's 63% yes. Let's raise taxes on the people who are probably who you're going to give the money to, because most of the people using tobacco are probably the lower-income people in general. So let's raise the taxes on the lower income people so that they can get more tax money. These make sense. I'm not going to make fun of those. Legalize marijuana. California votes yes. Let's do that. Surprisingly, California does not vote to repeal the death penalty, but they do.
Because they never use it. In California, they have you ever read about this? Like, so remember when that one guy that like basically everybody knew that he had killed his wife and thrown her into the ocean? I can't remember. This is like 8-9 years ago or whatever. Everybody agreed that he had done it, but then they said, "Find the body." You know, it's like, you know, like he said she left. You know, and it was all circumstantial. You know, and so then they went through, and then they convicted him, and they put him on death row. Which everybody was like, "How is this possible?" But you know. Maybe he did, you know, but he did it. You know, it's just like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you did.
I can understand that though.
Yeah, but okay, so here's the deal. They're like, oh, well, now he's on death row. And one of the things I read about that, this is the first time I read it. They said, and they'll never execute him because the way California, because there's so many people in prison, and because you get so many appeals for your death penalty, as long as you just don't hire a lawyer. Like if you just say I want a public defender and I want to have a public defender handle,
you'll never have a trial for your appeal
because you get like whatever it is 7 appeals, and the waiting list to get a public defender to handle your case in California is something like 6 years. Yeah. So he'll
die first.
Yeah, he will die of old age on death row because it isn't going to happen, and you know. So repealing death row, fine. Who cares? You know, it's one of those things where it's like.
Yep. You know. I've got some more good ones, and I'm going to say.
Go ahead. Then,
so we've got requiring plastic bag fees be directed towards specific environmental projects, and they actually voted no on that one because instead they voted yes on Proposition 67, which is banning of single-use plastic and paper bags. So I don't know what the hell you're going to put your In-N-Out burger in, but it's probably not going to be a paper bag. So that was fun. The next fun one is that we're going to require background checks for purchasing ammunition and prohibit possession of large capacity magazines, because apparently the background check you have to pass to buy a gun doesn't work, so buying ammo will work instead. I'm not sure how that's supposed to work out either, but it's really going to increase a lot of cost to the state to run all these background checks for no reason. Here's one that really had me scratch my head. It's to prohibit California from buying prescription drugs at a higher price than paid by the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. And it failed. So the people do not want to limit how much they are required to buy their drugs for the state, which I thought that was strange. But my absolute favorite, the one that amazes me is on the ballot, and this is an only in California thing, is requires adult film performers to use condoms when filming. And that one actually was voted down 54-46. So
because
the majority of Californians don't want rubbers in their porn.
Yeah, but you know why it was voted down? Because they just go to Nevada and do it.
Exactly. But again, whose business is it other than the performers themselves? Why is this a public referendum?
Well,
it becomes a burden on the taxpayer. That's why.
Well, and the weird thing is that I mean, they say that I'm really like making myself seem like a perv here. But they say that like the safest like people in the world, if you're going to sleep with somebody, is a porn star. Even though they sleep with everybody, because they are like mandated to have like a test like every month. And if you don't show up with your paperwork that says that you are disease free, you can't be in the movie.
Yeah, can't film. And
so they are going and getting a blood test every month and just getting it done. So it's just like, so if you're worried about making sure you don't catch something, just make sure it's a porn star.
You see today where some of the tech people in Silicon Valley were wanting California to secede from the nation because Trump got elected.
Oh, I mean that rhetoric is just so old and boring.
It's going to be hard to do with only 10-round magazines too.
It's just. I mean, admittedly, I tried to stay off the Facebook feed a lot today, but I mean, it's just. I get it, and I empathize with people and the fact that they are worried and they are concerned, and I get it, and I feel the unease as well. But the few times I engage with people is just so like people that like I really respect as far as like their opinions and their ideals and their intelligence. When they're saying things like, I can't believe how stupid all these people are. Well, how are you possibly going to fix things if you're coming to the table saying you're fucking stupid? I mean, and I'm going to say this, and I truly believe this, is that you have like who mostly voted liberal. I mean, it's like, and just what percentage? Like the young people got more. I mean, they had the largest percentage in young people that voted. The largest percentage was liberal. That was like the largest percentage of any group as far as like if you divvied about into whatever. So interesting stat. Did you know that more Hispanics voted for Donald Trump than voted for Mitt Romney?
Yes.
That just flabbergasts me. I mean, absolutely, just like I want somebody to study that and tell me how that happened. But anyway.
Well, I do have a question. It was based on percentage, and is it just because less Hispanics voted and the one that voted were the ones that were voting conservative anyway?
I thought it was numbers, honestly. I'll have to go and look at it.
I just saw it as percentages, so.
Yeah, but I mean, it was just like, what? I mean, like, how many times did he say slanderous things about Mexicans? But whatever. So anyway, so you have these young people, and people spent I mean, the last 18 months, you had the daily shows, the comedians, the late night talk show hosts, everybody just basically, the late night with last week with John Oliver. You had all these people, and who isn't looking forward to seeing his episode on Sunday? I mean, seriously, that's going to be an amazing episode. I can't wait to see this. So you have this situation where it's like you have. And even as they were losing, like the Daily Show was still making fun of him, like still like saying, like really is this nation really that dumb? And the thing is that you have this, and I'm not. This is not to say there wasn't vitriol on both sides. No, I mean definitely all that Hillary crap and the whole thing. It's like the whatever it is the I can't even remember like the embassy that was as far as that went and everything like that. I mean, all that stuff. It was all garbage as well, and I hated it on both sides. But when you have like this group of people that are just very, very like just kind of we're smarter, that smug, snarky mentality of like you dumb, stupid people that believe in this like conservative idealism, and we're saying Drumpf over and over again because John Oliver called him Drumpf, and they just said, "Oh, all you Drumpf fans," just like you're just kind of like, you're basically telling this large number of people, nearly 60 million people, that they're stupid, and you're just like, you're looking down your nose at them, and it's just like, that they're still doing it, and then after the fact, and it's just like, it just feels like nobody can be everyone wants to be a sore loser. And very few, and everybody wants to be a non-gracious winner. They want to take the dog into the corner and shove his nose in the poop. And look, your guy didn't win. Just like it just sickens me. Both sides at this point. I'm really, really tired of them.
Absolute truth.
Yeah, but that's the normal deal nowadays. Like I don't like it myself, and I don't understand why it gets so personal, but it'll die down in 2-3 weeks. It's
I don't know
like a news cycle.
I think the broad brush strokes of people saying Republicans are all racist, misogynistic, that's not a new thing because of Trump. That's it might have come out a little bit more, or we heard it more often now. I don't know that it'll go away. A while back in one of my videos, I had made the comment that out of all the traveling I'd done around the world and all the ministry I'd done around the world, I've never had a friend that was a Democrat. Actually, I've never seen one get off the couch and do something as far as putting their money where their mouth is or getting out and helping the public. That doesn't mean they don't. It's just out of my friends list, I'd never seen it. And that I knew literally probably hundreds of other people on the other side that were constantly donating money or flying overseas to help people or whatever. And and if I went around saying that that's the way it really was, that would be broad brushing. That might be my experience. That also could just be the region I live in. That could be the circle I sit in. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean that everybody is that way, but you see it all day long on Facebook with these broad brush stroke Republicans are this or liberals are this or blah, and it's just not true. I don't know a Republican that cares any less about people than I do a liberal. I don't. They all care. They all are worried about certain things. They all are, doing the best they can to make this country what they think it should be. And it boggles my mind at the amount of hate that I see people spewing at each other just because their ideals aren't the same. When the reality is I can walk down to any one of these homeless shelters and see just as many Republicans behind that counter as I do liberals helping out. It just boggles my mind. I don't know why people have to be like that. I think that pisses me off more than anything.
Yeah, I don't know. It's horrible.
No, I think part of it is that that whole fear thing. It's like, well, they're just trying to sell you on fear, and both sides do it.
Yes.
I saw a lot of people today saying that how, everybody was worried about the gay people and rights for gay people and all this kind of stuff because Trump was president and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I could be wrong, but I don't really remember him addressing that too much and making something out of it where he said he was going to take those rights away. I don't remember that personally. I could have missed it. And I don't know why that was being spread around, but I saw that quite a bit today. And then I did see a post from the Washington Times, which is a liberal newspaper, where Trump was holding a gay rights flag, and I didn't read it. I just saw the picture, so I have no idea what it said. But it just seemed to me, it's like, why are they? I personally don't remember him coming out against gay rights. Does anybody see? Did anybody hear that?
I don't know.
So I mean, it's just that kind of crap, or spreading fear or selling fear. I think that it's the other thing that really bugs me is if he'd really said something like that, then sure, that would be a concern. But I think people are just kind of making shit up at this point.
Well, I mean, he said enough that he's got people scared, and rightly so. And people have a right to be scared. And I'm not going to tell anybody not to be afraid. I can't tell them how to feel. I will point out, though, that people are worried about a conservative court overturning Roe v. Wade, taking away rights of gays to marry. Those things were last heard. The freedom to marry, which came out, was done by a conservative court. The vacancy that was there, Scalia is as conservative as it gets, or was. So it's not like the court has not came down on what I consider, my personal opinion, the right side of these issues in a conservative mode, and it may not change again. So that's what I'm hoping will continue.
Yeah, I mean, we do have checks and balances in the system for most things.
People are all worried that, because of the fact that he controls a large number of whatever, and they're concerned over that, which, okay, fine, I can buy into that as well. But, I mean, I had a friend who basically said, I will eat my cell phone if Roe v. Wade isn't overturned in the next 2 years. And I was just like, well, I hope you like eating your cell phone. I was just like, I don't know what you're going to, I said, and he's just like, oh, it'll happen. They're going to make abortion illegal throughout the country. I was like, no, it's not going to happen. And I just, that's what I feel. And it's just like, just because, we have a situation where, yes, he's going to be able to pick one, possibly two Supreme Court justices. That does not mean necessarily any of the things that you're professing. And it's just, and it's just like, why it for the same reason why, like, if we would say things about if the other, I shouldn't say we, if the other side was saying like, oh, well, Obama screwed this up and that up and this up, it's like you would want to say, hey, give him a chance, let him try to figure it out, and like you got to do the same thing. And it's just like, and I'm so
I think all I care about is that if he's going to do what he says he does it in a way that is more in line with the presidency than abuse of power. That's what I really want to see. I want to see a president that respects the Constitution, doesn't abuse executive orders like Obama or Bush did, and is more concerned with upholding the rights of the American people than pushing a social agenda across. That would make, to me, maybe the best forward step as far as keeping our presidency, in a decent light. It isn't so much about the agenda that get across to me. It's more about doing it in the right way without trampling the constitutional rights of half of a country. I think the checks and balances actually has to work. And I think over the last, 16 years, those checks and balances hasn't necessarily worked. There's been a lot of executive orders that were issued that probably should have been issued by the last two presidents.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's that kind of thing, because we all forget that Trump was at one point a Democrat.
Yeah. Well, and here's one of the things. Like, so, like, everybody's always saying, like I have a friend who his wife's a doctor, and she said that today she had, and admittedly, this is drama. And this is something, I mean, like, she was a very big Hillary supporter, but she said that she had like 2 or 3 different families who like came to see her, like crying because they said, we're scared that if they take Obamacare, we're not going to have like the medicine or whatever that's going to allow our children to be healthy and or live, that kind of thing. Okay, that's a very scary thing, and I admittedly I don't know anything about that. I mean, I can't speak for the situation because I'm not on the Obamacare or whatever. But the thing is that stinks and that's awful. But the idea, first of all, that like we would just let children die. I mean, I mean, maybe I'm not understanding it, and maybe it's true. I don't know, but that seemed very dramatic to me. And I've had numerous people tell me that it's just like I can't afford to get health care because of whatever, and I think in a weird way that I think that this Healthcare Act actually kind of worked for a lot of people. I think it worked for more people than it didn't work, for. Now, could it be improved? Probably, I mean, then again, like I'm not an expert in the situation. I don't know the whole story, but it seems to me that everybody always wants to quote one or two sides of the horror story. They want to say, "Oh, well, my healthcare increased 8,000%, because of this," and then the other side is that like if you repeal it, then I'm going to die because I can't have the drugs that I need. And once again, the truth is somewhere in the middle. I mean, it's just.
The reality is, if you want on the next episode, I can actually bring you all the statistics for Obamacare and what happened and what didn't happen, what went up and what went down. There was a lot of people who were told they were not going to be denied health care, and they were denied health care. A lot of people who were denied health care for a long time and actually got health care. I think it kind of is right 50-50 in the middle as to who it helped and who it didn't help. The problem is that the insurance companies weren't forced to stay with the plan, and that the ACA didn't always have the best choices available state by state. Blue Cross, Blue Shield dumped quite a bit, and they were high to begin with before any of this even happened. There's just a lot that it's too wide ranged, and because of the 50 states and their own ability to control this, it's too hard to be too sure about all that information. But I think pretty much everybody agreed on that it was rolled out very poorly. It was rushed and it was rolled out very poorly. And if maybe they had taken a little more time, we might have avoided a lot of the disasters that did happen.
Yeah, but that's what happens with it. It's an experiment, just like this country was. It's going to take time, and it'll be improved. And
it just felt like it was more of an agenda push than a push that was thought out. And I don't know. I can't remember. We spent like $6 million on that website or some ridiculous amount of money, and it didn't work. But
it's like everything else. It went in. They had to make compromises and all that. I'm sure they had, better intentions in the beginning.
I think most people agree is as long as people don't abuse the system, I think most people would want a generalized social health care or even the free education system. The problem is we as Americans abuse the shit out of everything.
It's true.
So, a lot of people fight back against that. And, it's hard for me to listen to kids in college bitch about having to pay for college when they spend more time partying than they do studying. So, and of course, that's not all kids in college, but we certainly know that there's colleges well known for the partying. So, I think people kind of reflect on that a bit, and instead of thinking about the long-term good it'll do, we always think about the short-term damage or abuse that's going on, and realize it'll take a generation or two for all of this to probably shape out and become pretty uniform, and where everybody's on board with the whole thing. Just like anything else, really.
Yeah, I mean, I can, I don't know. It's one of those weird things where everybody needs to realize it's not going to be as great as they think it's going to be, and it certainly isn't going to be as bad as everybody assumes it will be either. And I don't know. It's just it's a weird. I'm not. I mean, I don't know. It's like I said, when I watched him walk out there with his son, it was just kind of one of those weird, like, holy crap, this is really happening, isn't it? You know, it was one side where you're like, huh, and then the other side you're just kind of like, really, this is really really happening. It's going to, and yeah, it was a weird moment. I don't know.
It was. I actually had a blast watching the whole thing last night. It was really interesting to see the pundits, and I think I was actually more impressed with CNN and how they handled it based on, all the times they got caught not being quite honest and not showing too much bias last night. I did think it was kind of weird. What channel was it that was holding out Florida for like ever before they finally called it, even though it was like a 93% vote that was in? And yeah, I mean, little things like that I thought were a little bit weird, but in general, I thought the election coverage was pretty decent on all sides, at least last night. I didn't see a whole lot of partisanship.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, I mean, like, if all of you, like, seriously, like, all of you, like, right now, open up Facebook. I know. Just open up Facebook. Just do it. Just open up Facebook on your feed, and I just want you to click on your feed, and I want you to, like, do one thing. So right here, like, the first thing I'm seeing is somebody has shared MSNBC's live video of the anti-Trump protest in Seattle, Washington.
Mm-hmm.
So now there's this big crowd of people, and they are upset.
Believe it or not, the first thing I see is Tony Galati sharing Berkey's Happy Mouth on popcorn.
Good.
That was the very first thing I see.
The first thing I see is Tyler Anderson saying, "I don't care who you are, and I'll play anything with you, but please hygiene." And it's a picture of Ferris Bueller in the shower. So
that's the third thing. Yep, third thing I see.
Oh, why do I have to deal with all the politics? Then
because you haven't aggressively applied this post on all.
I have to agree. This morning when I woke up, it was nothing but hate and vitriol from both sides. It was ridiculous. It was scary just seeing how everybody reacted. But I mean, I think that first 24 hours, you got everybody get their emotions out. And just let it shake out and see what happens.
I think it's going to take a good 72 on this one, honestly. I mean, it's nice of you to feel like that, but yeah, I'm of the belief that it's going to take a while, and there are a few people that are going to be definitely holdovers that are going to. Maintain.
I'd seen, I think, though, by 4 or 5 o'clock, when people started getting off of work, I'd started seeing quite a few people also coming back on saying, it's only 4 years, everything's going to be all right, we need to stand together, blah, blah. I started seeing a lot more of that by that point.
Yeah.
That was nice, but yeah, this morning was horrid.
Well, this could be a good thing. Maybe people take another look at the electoral process in general, especially on how the parties choose their best candidate,
Yeah.
It is, I mean, there have been a few things where people have linked, like, for the most part, most of my experience in the whole Facebook and the whole thing is that it's very even keeled. Like, and I think that it's like, it's one of those things where I feel like there's been a couple times when people have linked to like a really strong voiced echo chambers of either side that I've read, and the ridiculousness of those people on either side that's scary to me. And the thing is that but the vast majority of people are in that weird moderate group where they're just kind of like, you know,
you got the insanely loud people on the other sides, and you got the rest of us in the middle who don't say a whole lot about any of it.
Yeah.
It's always the loudest voices that, you know, you tend to see, and that's where that broad paintbrush strokes come from, is those people. Yeah. I think most people are intelligent to know that no matter what side of the fence you fall on, but that doesn't mean it's just Republican or Democrat. I mean, that there's independents and libertarians and whatever. Most people realize that people are decent. They're not looking for ill will. They're not hoping that people get kicked out of a country for no reason. They're not looking for anything other than what they think is the best interest of the country. They're not misogynistic. They're not whatever. And for all the people who are out there saying that kind of crap, I don't think I've ever met a person who hasn't made a racist comment or a misogynistic comment or a sexist comment or a homophobic comment ever in my life, ever. So to me, it's just nothing but hypocrisy, and it just drives me crazy.
Do you tend to give people a pass on stuff like that, like the older generations?
Well, a little bit, because that's how they grew up. I mean, I remember when I was a kid and everything was a Pollock joke, you know, and racist jokes were a lot more acceptable. And where I grew up, we didn't have a whole lot of people of any color. You know, not a whole lot of people like to live in the dead of winter like that. So, and even where I grew up, it might have been a little worse because they may not have been as sensitive to that because there just wasn't that many people. But you know, over time, you would think that no matter when you grew up, you would start to change your ways a little bit. But I did have an interesting conversation not that long ago with a homeless African American. We were sitting in the park talking, and just take this as far as worse, because I mean, you know, in his head, he didn't want to work, he didn't want to do anything, he didn't even want to apply for benefits or help to get you know, we have programs here where he could get an apartment and he could apply for that and all that. He didn't want to do any of that. He just felt it was much easier to live life this way. But the thing that just struck me as odd is that he felt that anybody who was gay on any level should be put to death. And I asked him, I said, doesn't that seem a little odd based on the stuff that your race has faced throughout history? He goes, I don't care. He goes, it's just unnatural. And I thought, you know, you just can't ever predict what anybody's going to think or feel, no matter what their skin color, no matter what their socioeconomic status is. People just feel the way they feel. So, you know, if we really thought about it, we would be a lot more sensitive to people, because you can't assume that just because somebody is African American, they're liberal. You can't assume just because somebody's white, they're Republican. You know, you just can't. Variations on those colors. Somebody's a little more blue here, somebody's a little more red over here. And while some of those core tenets might be the same, some of these others aren't, you know? And so maybe we have to be a little more, I hate to say the word tolerant. I don't know if that's ever really the right word. Maybe understanding that nobody is completely 100% right, no matter who you are. There's things you believe that other people don't believe.
Well, speak for yourself.
Except for Lance.
Yes.
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 Right? I mean, I think that people who are against abortion have a right to be against abortion, and from their point of view, I can completely understand why. Whereas the same point for people who are for it, I can understand why. I don't think it's fair to call either one of those types of people bad names, because they both have moral, ethical ground to stand on. You know, same with anything that has to do with the LGBTQ community or whatever. Not saying that either one of them is more right than the other, but I do understand their positions and why they are where they are, and I don't think less of them because of it. I think that that's where we start to get in trouble, is when we don't respect the fact that we may not understand their way of thinking, but they have valid reasons for feeling the way that they feel. And when we start thinking we're superior, that's when we get into trouble. I can tell you in my life, I've made a shit ton of stupid mistakes and probably said a shit ton of stupid things. I'm no better than anybody else.
Well, yeah. Sorry.
No, I mean I'd be lying if I said that I hadn't made a shit ton of mistakes and said stupid things. I grew up in those same time frames as those other people. We thought it was okay to say Polak jokes and make fun of people who had special needs and whatever. You know, we all did it back then.
Yeah, I mean, most people when they're young are fairly dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, you just because you haven't grown up, and
I will admit, I still see 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds doing it every now and then. Sometimes we just don't grow up ever.
just doing what? Just being dumb?
Yeah, saying stupid shit. And I don't think they're doing it to be mean or divisive. I think they're just doing it because they're partially drunk or they just have no social skills.
So here's a real question. And I mean, what do you think like would need to be done to like get people to kind of to actually have people be on the same page, to like if like to help the people that are just completely and totally and 100% dead set against the idea of Trump as president? What do you think it would take to get people to the table?
The question is it rational things that are causing that, or is some of this based on chemical situations going on with in their brain where they're predisposed to thinking in a certain type of way? I don't mean like crazy. Just, we all know that the chemicals in your brain do enhance how you think, or not enhance, but maybe influence how you think. I don't know what that is. Extremism on either side of the aisle. So I think people that are like that are pretty much irrational. They might be emotionally irrational, which is a psychological condition that I don't know if there's a way around that. I don't know. I just don't understand, how you can be so dead set against one person. Huh?
It's called a nut job, Lance.
Well, I mean, I don't know what causes that kind of extremism on one side or the other. I mean, I don't know. That's the thing to me that I don't understand it well enough to know why you would be so hate-filled or anger-filled towards somebody who thought differently than you. I won't always say it's hate. Sometimes I think it's just anger. But I don't understand enough about that. To me, it just doesn't make any sense.
I think it would be too early to even think about that anyway. I mean, he hasn't done anything yet.
Well,
he hasn't even been sworn in.
But I know what people are like. I mean, a recent meme I saw was impeached within the first 100 days is like one of the things, which is just flabbergasting because people, it's like, you do realize that to impeach him, you need to get 2/3 of the vote in which you're not going to get, just like it's one of those like, but people like, I don't know, it's just, they I don't know, it seems like people just can't accept it, and that's one of the things that really bothers me is that it's just like, is that you have to understand that like this many people voted like this because that's what they feel, and it's just like. And it's just like this is something I've said so many times over. As strongly as you may feel about what you feel, your opinions and whatever, the people that are set up against you, that are diametrically opposed to you, they feel just as strongly in opposition, and neither of you are correct. And so it's like, it's that weird, like, kind of like, you have to ask questions like, why do you feel like this? Like, where does it come from? And that means, and I have trouble grasping when people just have some sort of radical thought, and but I also find it fascinating.
Well, they don't have to accept it. They don't have to accept it. They just have to live with it for 2 years.
Well, yeah, that's part of it. I mean, sometimes I wonder if that's, what was it say?
You know what? One of two things is going to happen in 4 years when this comes up, because he'll run for re-election unless he's not there anymore. But he'll run for re-election, and the thing is that the people that followed him are going to double down, and the people that are against him are going to. I mean, I try to read as much from either side as I possibly can. Go to slate.com when you get a chance. Everybody who's listening to this or whatever, and Jim Newell is the guy. He's a really good writer, and he basically wrote about how the Democratic National Party totally failed their people and totally failed their voters. And it's very well written, and it's just but I think, and this is weird. Okay, so 3-4 days ago, I was having this conversation with my buddy who's a libertarian, and I flat out said, he's going to lose. I said, and he's going to lose badly. I said, it's going to be. I personally thought maybe a third as many electoral votes. That's what I was projecting him in my mind.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a landslide.
Yeah,
again,
and I was just I knew he'd carry Texas, and there were the states that I knew he'd carry, but I thought that it was just going to be, he was going to get 110, and something like that, and that would be that, right? So, and I said, we had an honest conversation with each other about how that might be this weird final nail in the coffin for the Republican presidents, and Republican Party. I mean, and just we were talking about how W just basically said, "There's no way I'm voting for this guy. I'm not voting for him." It's just these people that basically weren't supporting him. And the fact that W actually he gave a really pretty good interview, and he basically talked about how he felt that the Republican Party wasn't what it was, and he said that I'm scared that I'm going to be the last Republican president. And he was being totally honest. He was just I don't see my party growing and being creating a viable candidate anymore. I mean, a lot of people felt that Mitt Romney was actually a pretty good candidate. He was smart. He was distinguished. He had, he presented. He was maybe a little bit too religious, honestly. I mean, that was probably what turned off a lot of people to him. But it was a thing where he was a good candidate, but he was also boring. I mean, it was just kind of whatever.
Well, it's weird because I thought about that yesterday and today, and I thought, with the way Trey Gowdy? I think it's Trey Gowdy. I think he's a senator from South Carolina. I think he's a strong Republican candidate in the next election because he's really kind of stepped up his game with standing up for not so much Christian values, I would say, but more right versus wrong. And I think that's part of the problem with the Republican Party is you have to toe that party line enough that things get said that other people who aren't religious might deem as crazy. And how do you say those things without turning on half of a country, right? So I think as far as that goes, I think that Trey Gowdy might be the answer for the Republican Party in the next election. I don't know that any of the guys that ran against Trump this year were ever a strong Republican candidate. I didn't get that sense from any of them. Did you? Really?
I originally liked what Jeb Bush was saying, but what Jeb Bush is saying, but he fell under that whole thing. Not another Bush, not another Clinton, not another Bush. And I was that was my thing, and nobody else really. Yeah,
I thought maybe intelligence-wise, Ben Carson.
Well, but Ben Carson is a nutball, though.
A little bit, yeah. But I mean, I thought I felt like if there was anybody that at first, if anybody had a shot
He truly believes lies. I mean, he's like that smart dumb guy that you talk about, you know.
And he may be our next Surgeon General.
Right. Well, and that's just it. I mean,
in that position, he may not be so bad, but
Google up some of the stuff that he truly believes, and it's
because it's been a while since I looked at his platform. But initially, at first, I thought, well, you know, he's a doctor. He seems intelligent. You know, maybe he's not a complete nut job. He's not coming at it from a political, you know, agenda so much as some of the other guys who are career politicians. He's African American, so he'll, you know, understand that a little bit better than the rest of us. You know, I thought that he might have been a viable candidate at first, but then he started to die off, and I'm like, wow, there really isn't anybody left in there. So, but then I started, you know, watching this Trey Gowdy guy, and I thought, well, you know, for the Republican Party, he might be the next thing. Yeah. I didn't get the sense that, you know, what Bush is saying about there won't be any more Republican Party. If anything, I was hoping that because of this Trump thing, it would shake up the two-party system enough that it would no longer have its foothold as being the only way to vote. I was hoping that it would really shake out that third party a little bit, but it didn't really do that either, at least not yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, what did they get? We get like 6 or 7% went to Johnson. You guys remember what it was?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, it's like I don't know if that was because people felt it was a throwaway vote, or maybe their platforms were not impressive enough that anybody paid any attention to them. I don't know what it was. I did see that Jill Green was coming out pretty strong against both candidates at the end, though. I mean, she wasn't holding back any of her thoughts and opinions.
That's true. I don't know, but I will say this: as much as I'm not liking the anger and the like, oh my gosh, the world is coming to an end mentality. I'm really not enjoying. As I said, I can't stand the smugness that I'm getting from people either over this. It's just put it away. Just put it away.
Preach it, Lance.
Yeah, it's
like if somebody's really experienced at something and they have an opinion on it, I'm more likely to go with you and trust your opinion and accept it. But if you're just another guy popping off online because of what you think versus your experience, I don't care what you say. You know what I'm saying? It really doesn't matter to me because you're not coming from a position of authority about that topic. And most of the time when I see people trying to back up their facts, they're backing it up through some article that, you know, could have been written by any rag that had any type of political leaning or bias. So to me, that doesn't impress me enough to really want to be convinced by you that your argument is real. That's what I kind of struggle with, that aspect of it.
Yeah, ditto. Or they back it up with a just jumping right into the conversation because I can just everybody's having it, right? So, or they back it up with emotion.
Whoa, time out, John. John, time out. Before you can say anything, and we have to play. What's in John's basket? This is the worst theme music ever for What's in John's basket, and we lost Barry.
We need to get you a little theme song going.
Yeah, well, you're the musician. You should be like, holy cow! Look at this
here, but this is authentically full of weird crap already. So have fun with the top shelf.
Obviously, we got some bananas there going on in the middle there, and they seem to be like have some sort of like red tie on them of some sort. The bottom one is fruits. Well, maybe are those? Come on, you're usually pretty good at this, Keith. There's an organic. It's like an organic bag, green bag. Oh, jeez.
Let me see.
Are those mangoes?
I wish.
Bell peppers?
No, that'd be cool too.
Tomatoes?
Apples.
How you like them apples?
How do you like them apples?
They're actually really good.
Sauce, bitch.
Are they Granny Smith or what are they?
No, they're just like red gala apples or whatever, but they're big.
A radish? Is that a radish up on top?
No, it's just weird.
It's a lollipop.
It's a lollipop. Tango dos.
Is that a fortune cookie?
Man, you are good at this.
This is
there's some kind of other Halloween candy in there. It's like some kind of yellow wrapped thing, but I can't tell what it is.
Name that candy. Come on.
I can't. It might be a Werther's, but it might be something else.
What in the world?
Wow, he knows this candy, doesn't he?
Yeah, at least it's not one of those orange wrapped, disgusting peanut butter things that people get from. I don't even know where they buy the damn things, but they go to some like troll bridge to buy those to feed the kids when they trick or treat.
Is that everything? Did we get everything?
Nope.
I can't tell.
There's a caramel up there, I think.
Yeah, is that a caramello or what is that, or just like a?
I don't know.
It's like there's a candy bar in there.
It is a standard fundraising candy bar, but it is a caramel filled. So good guess with the caramello. Yeah. There's one more slightly entirely random thing in here that might actually belong in such a basket.
Popsicle?
What, an onion or something?
This is onion peel.
Onion peel. And we just got done playing What's in John's.
Hey, I got the word there. Hey, you don't have any of those new Toblerones that are only half the number of peaks, do you?
No, but those are depressing.
Oh, that's what was on my Facebook page yesterday or the day before.
Half the candy for the same price. Come on.
It's 10% less candy for the same.
So okay, welcome to the show, friend of the Alaboom, John Rott. How you doing, buddy?
Good. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me as always. Hi, everybody watching.
Hey, I'm leaving. So you no, you're not going anywhere because we're gonna
go to bed.
We're gonna do initials here in just a couple of seconds.
You're gonna do it right now.
There's no Anthony.
No, because there's no Anthony, so somebody else gets a win here. So so you got to be happy, John. Your marijuana's legal now, so you don't have to grow it in your basement anymore.
And he doesn't need condoms for his.
Do you know what was trending? Do you know what was trending on the Twitter all day today?
And how glad are you that when you're
Cal likes it. Cal, a bunch of crazies, and heaven help them all. And I don't like insulting people, but if you're trying to get California to secede from the union, you're crazy. And then everybody's response was, "You have no resources, you have no water, your entire new country is going to be entirely in debt. How do you think you're going to survive this?" And I'm like, "Look, please."
I did have an answer. I will go get the dynamite and throw it to San Andreas Fault myself and see if we can detach it.
I know. It is what the rest of the country has said. Was you're welcome to leave.
All right, one other crack I want to make. So how happy are you that you don't have to wear condoms for your porno shoots now? Were you worried?
I'm honestly really surprised that didn't pass. No, for every 2 to 4 years that I've lived in California, I've been here for a little over a decade, like a decade and 4 weeks. There's been a regulation on the pornography industry because the pornography industry here is I mean, I don't agree with pornography to begin with. I think it's absolutely terrible and an affront to humanity to begin with, and it's an insult to all that is sacred in a marriage. But it also is just a breeding ground for disease. So in California, every 2 to 4 years, we've had a ballot of similar design, and they've all passed. So I was actually really surprised that this one didn't. Every other regulation on pornography in the last 10 years has passed, so I was really surprised. But yeah, that's weird.
Right. So John, have you been watching the show lately? Are you familiar with the game show Initials that we play?
No, I've missed this.
All right, so we've been doing this. Anthony, who couldn't be with us today, has a stranglehold. He has won every single time we played, so we are actually going to have somebody else win.
That's because you were feeding him the questions ahead of time.
Why the hell did you do it when I was still half awake?
Well, we're gonna get this done. So okay, so here's the deal. I'm gonna describe the game to John. So I have, in this case, since we only have 4 of us, there's 12 items. There's 12 items. Each item will have the exact same initials, which I have not given out yet, so you don't know what it is. Each one will, of those 12, I will give 5 clues. You know, like clue number 1 is this. Wait a little bit. Clue number 2 is this, so forth. That will slowly reveal what the thing, person, place, or thing is. When you think you know what it is, you ring in with your buzzer. Your name is your buzzer. So if your name is your buzzer, Keith, what is your buzzer?
John.
What? Keith, big story here. Keith has been lying to us. Keith isn't his first name.
Oh, it's not.
I never said it was. It's just my name.
All right, so John, your
My
buzzer.
first name is Michael. If you want to go out there, I don't care.
All right, so John, if I said your buzzer is your name, what would your buzzer be?
John.
That'd be correct. All right, so
because I'm excited by it. It's got an exclamation point. It sounds more like a buzzer. Rot!
So for example, if I said the initials were JW and the clue was could have made a lot of money on his fish game if he had just made it about Cthulhu demons, you would ring in by saying,
I can't think of an answer for this one. All right, got it. All right, John Wanamaker. Okay.
Yeah, so there you go. So
Jehovah's Witnesses could have made a lot of money on that one.
As always, so this is the deal. So I'm doing a preamble here. Those of you who are tweeting your guesses to a Gateway Gamer, we are going to start this game at exactly 11:35. So you don't really have a lot of time. So people that are watching live, this is your chance. Mr. We had a winner last time, but Paul chose not to. Paul, are you going to be at BGGCon, by the way? Paul? Is he going to be there? Does anybody know?
I think Paul's going to be there.
Yeah,
right.
I'm pretty sure.
Paul's going to be there, or I'm going to decide.
Who's Paul? Because I'm not seeing a Paul on the show right now.
Paul.
He's
Paul.
out in the chat.
Well, okay. Well, it's just I'm gonna hook Paul up. I'm gonna hook Paul up with winnings when he
Oh, what the shit! We got somebody else on here. Slow the game down. Come on.
Okay. So anyway, I'll hook Paul up with his winnings at the convention. If you are going to be at the convention and you happen to win, and here's Kevin just in time.
Hello.
It is Kevin, and he's just in time for initials. And Anthony's not here, so you have a chance at winning.
It's going to be huge.
All right, so here's the deal. So I am going to give away this is what we're giving away today is a copy of Ars Alchemia, the Japanese game that we brought over from Japan, that is published by TMG. It is being released at BGGCon, so if you happen to be at BGGCon, I will hook you up there if you're the winner. Otherwise, I'll have it sent out. What you have to do is you have to tweet to Barry at this time that who you think is going to win of the people that are available at this time. Remember, there are 12 questions. Keep in mind, there's 12 questions, so there's nobody could possibly get more than 12. So we
6 tonight.
No. So we have Barry, we have Bekatsmaya, which your beard's looking fantastic right now.
Well, thank you.
Yes. And then we have Mr. Lowry, we have John Rod. John, I had a question in the chat. They wanted to know if you're going to BGGCon.
Oh, I love you guys for asking. Thank you. I sadly am not able to make it.
All right. Well, that's too bad because I would have liked to seen you. But and of course, and of course we have Keith.
I know. I suck.
So, and for those of you, and that being said, for those of you that are, Berkey is playing too. That is correct, Kabuki Kid. He is playing too. The last time he didn't really play. So, truth.
Bad Santa.
That's true. You did get that one. So there you go. All right. So we are going to roll with this. I got to pull up my Google effects so I can have my bing whenever you get this thing right. So tweet now or forever hold your peace. So if
thanks for your votes, guys.
Yes.
I have no promises. I'm going to be.
If you are correct, you'll hear this. No, it's too long. I don't like that. That's too long.
Just do the ding.
The ding? Where the ding?
All
right. So yes, if you're correct, and if you're wrong, of course you hear the.
Come on in.
All right.
I'm going to guess wrong all the time. Sorry if you voted for me.
I wish you could add more sounds to the Google effect. If you could add, I wish I just had like a buzzer sound, like a, like that, like a classic. Maybe I'll just make that noise. I'll go, I'll just do that instead because that wah 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 is still too long. So All right. So, well, Kabuki Kid, you have to tweet. You have to tweet it. You
He doesn't tweet.
Well, then email. You have email. What's your email? What is it?
She's already guessed. It's in the chat. You can pick it up right
yeah.
there.
So email. You gotta email. It doesn't work like that. So email. What is it? Is it Barry Big 12 Incher at gatewaygamer.com or what is it?
Yes. Gateway Gamer Gmail.
Yeah, a gatewaygamer at gmail.com.
Is that the link to the scar on your back?
Yes. All right. So here we go. Is everybody available? Did we lose Kevin? Okay. We have Barry. So everybody is present and accounted for. All right. So. All right. So remember we have 12 questions. We have 12 people, places, or things. 12 of them. And as was already guessed, in commemoration of our president-elect, the initials tonight are DT.
Donald Trump.
DT. And for those of you like spouting off names of things, probably not a good idea because then people are going to hear those and they're going to like say, "Oh, I better write that one down." All right. So I'm going to give another 30 seconds for people to give out their guesses or whatever.
You can't even think of anything else that starts
People are
with
still claiming Anthony's going to win. He's not even here.
Yeah, Anthony with 5.
Because he's probably still going to win.
All right.
Fuckers.
So what are we saying to chime in?
What is
Your name.
What is your buzzer?
Name.
You say Kevin, or you can say Berkey.
Yeah, I say Berkey.
You can say Berkey. That'll work. All right.
Okay.
If I was you, I'd put your money with Mr. Lowry because I think he's going to win today.
Are you done talking?
Appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Very cerebral.
All right. So here we go. Item number 1 is typically the largest and strongest of those they work with. They do their job by refusing to be moved. They typically line up in the center.
Keith.
David.
Keith.
Defensive tackle.
Well done, Keith. All right. So, hey, if Paul's not keeping score, who's keeping score? Barry, you keeping score? David? David is? Okay.
David is, yeah.
David's keeping score. All right. So, well done. So, Keith, off to...
Defensive tackle.
Paul's not keeping score. Who's keeping score? Who's got feedback? Is that you, Kevin?
I don't think so. I'm on my iPad.
Come in, you guys are good.
Who's got feedback? Is that you, Kevin?
So I'm on my iPad.
Well, who's watching the chat?
Yeah, just don't watch the chat. So just turn off your chat, so then you won't have it.
Mute the YouTube feed.
Yeah, there you go. Mute the YouTube feed. There you go. All right. Only the highest level of standards here on the.
I like we haven't done this a couple times.
All right, well done, Keith, with your answer of defensive tackle. Those of you who picked Keith with 1 are probably not going to be right. All right. So,
and what position did Keith play when he played football? He played
tight end.
Defensive tackle.
All right, here we go. Item number 2. Born May 29th, 1975.
Are we able to look these up?
No,
Okay.
You stay off of that Google. Graduated from Astronaut High School in 1993. Said he planned to end his career on his 38th birthday, May 29th, 2013, if he had not made it by that time. Forbes recently put his net worth at $11 million, tied for 9th place in its list of all top-earning performers whose income is primarily from stage ticket sales. His Comedy Central television show premiered on June 5th, 2009, based on showcasing internet... Keith.
Daniel Tosh.
Well done. Keith's going to run away with it.
Could be.
Guys, you gotta slow him down. Is that show even on anymore?
I don't know. I've never seen it. I just pulled it when you said Comedy Central.
I actually knew it when you first said the birthday, but I didn't want to take credit away from Keith, who's doing so great already.
I appreciate that, John.
I'm here for you, buddy.
Berkey, is your microphone working?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, just check. All right. We have 10 left. We have 10 left, so it's still.
Am I allowed to buzz in for somebody else and like screw them?
No. It's still anybody's game. Anybody's game. All right, here we go. Born April 18th, 1971. Appeared in How to Train Your Dragon as an unnamed Viking. Played Peter Vincent, the fearless vampire killer. Was the follower of Voldemort, Barty Crouch. David.
Oh.
5.
It's Doctor Who boy. Then Tennant.
3.
Tennant.
Oh, very good.
Wow.
The final clue was going to be before he was purple, he was the 10th of his kind.
I would have never gotten it.
Really? Oh, really? Because I figured the Jessica Jones comment because he played the Purple Man.
I can't remember those things. I don't know his name.
That would have been tough anyway.
Just as a helpful hint, David, if you're talking your way through and you say like Doctor Who or something like that, that might give it away to somebody.
I know that, but
all right,
if I wasn't going to get it, somebody had to get it. I'm generous like that.
Just putting it out there. All right, so David with 1, Keith with 2, everybody else is taking a nap. I'm gonna have to put some more girl band people in here for Barry, so he has a chance at winning.
Yes. I am not taking a nap.
All right, here we go. Clue number 4, or item number 4. Is an avid connoisseur of chocolate. Has been repeatedly possessed by aliens. Under job description, lists counselor.
Berkey.
Kevin.
Deanna Troy.
Very good.
Yeah, baby.
The final clue is going to be born March 29th, 2,336. But yes, Deanna Troy, of course. And did you know that she was promoted to diplomatic officer on the USS Titan, where she could work with her husband, William Riker?
Yes,
I keep forgetting that there's not real people in this stuff.
Yes. Yeah, it's tricky. You know, it's tricksy, as Kevin would say. All right, so here we go. Item number 5. Ooh, we got a game here. Keith with 2.
Before your next question, I forgot.
Yes.
Don't forget Jeremy. What? Don't forget Jeremy kicked off his Kickstarter tonight for Man vs. Meeple.
Oh yes, it did. So
yeah. So for those of you watching, go back at. All right, sorry.
No problem. All right. Launched June 17th, 1994. However, it was originally Hughes Electric, a company founded by Howard Hughes? Has 18 satellites. Of those, 5 no longer work. Final clue. Has nearly 20 million subscribers who use it to turn into... Yes.
Direct television. Direct TV.
Oh.
Bum, bum, bum.
I remember.
Give it to him.
I was going to say Direct TV, but that's 3 letters, not 2.
Berkey.
Berkey.
Dish TV.
See, I have a problem here. We have a problem here because of the fact that
Give us a point.
His first answer was wrong.
Right.
I call a point of order then, because that's 3 initials if it's TV.
Yeah, because I didn't answer that specifically because of that.
Yeah, I only went television because TV would be 3 initials, not 2.
All right, we got to go to Kabuki Kid. She's our official rule
Lance
maker
loses 2 points.
Is V an initial if it's part of the middle of the same word that the T is? It's not an initial anymore.
Well, and it's actually one word. The company is DirecTV, all one word.
No, it isn't. It's Direct Space TV. It is sometimes shortened to all one thing, but it is Direct TV. Go ahead and Google it. You can see it. So we're going to turn to Kabuki Kid. Either Keith's going to get a point here, or nobody gets a point.
Kabuki Kid, hook us up.
I say give it.
Because technically, Direct Television is incorrect.
Yeah, Direct Television is incorrect.
Yeah, it's not. But I only said it because.
Well,
how else could it be 2?
I cannot be held accountable for your misunderstanding.
And actually, DirecTV is all in caps too.
Just give it to Keith. He doesn't have much else to.
No, or we could just give it to no one.
That'll be his number 3 in television's wrong.
Where's Kabuki Kid? She is our official scorer.
Well, how about this? We just call it a null and void question.
That's why we have Kabuki Kid. She is the arbiter of time and space. So she has to decide. Come on, Kabuki. Does Keith get the point, or does nobody get the point? One or the other.
She said Keith should have it.
All right. She is the arbiter of reality, and we're going to have to find somebody new to do it after this. So,
well, actually, the trademark is all caps for DirecTV.
Oh, it's the trademark. It isn't the name of the company.
It is now. That's what they named their company.
No, you're wrong.
Actually, the name of the company is American Telegraph and Telephone because AT&T owns it.
It is Direct V.
Yes, it's Direct V. Direct V. All right, so we'll give Keith the point under high protest. So
high protest.
High protest.
All right.
Me too.
So
let's impeach him after he wins.
All right. Here we go.
Keith, you have to secede from the Alaboom after this.
Yes. But he has no water.
Oh, they've got a whole thing on their.
He tried to secede from the Alaboom before we started this 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And we're only on question 4, so poor guy's not going to bed tonight.
All right. Yeah. Kabuki Kid probably picked. Probably picked him.
She did pick me with 4.
Oh yeah. She's gonna rule against you after you get 4 points.
Exactly.
All right. Here we go. So we have, what is it? It's 3 to 1 to 1. So here we go. Item number 6.
To 1 to 1 to 0.
Well, yeah. Barry, you feeling okay?
0.
Yeah.
It's Barry.
John?
He's good for 2.
John, you okay? Your microphone works? You're all right. Very good.
If it's about fruit, John's there.
Yeah. Okay. Number 6. Is often considered the least understood part of an automobile.
David.
David.
Drivetrain.
Oh, come on. It's just not the big.
Really? I didn't think it'd go that easy.
I forgot how it buzzed. I was like, just.
Well done. I had all kinds of. I even had a clue specifically made for Rhiannon if she had been here. It's like one part, the drive shaft is a long metal tube, but she's
the
not
train
here.
attached to it.
Yeah. Ooh, look at you. See, I knew your career in porn would help you with your little jokes here. But anyway. All right, so here we go. So David, look at you making a game of it. So good job. All right, so here we go. Number 7, halfway done. It's anybody's game still. There's 6 questions left, so lots of stuff here. All right. If trees could scream, would we be so cavalier about cutting them down? We might, if they screamed all the time for no good reason. The tired and thirsty prospector threw himself down at the edge of the watering hole and started to drink. But then he looked around and saw skulls and bones everywhere. Uh-oh, he thought. This watering hole is reserved for skeletons. I can picture in my mind a world without war, a world without hate, and I can picture us attacking that world because they'd never expect it. To me, clowns aren't funny. In fact, they're kind of scary. I've wondered where this started, and I think it goes back to the time when I went to the circus and a clown killed my dad.
Keith. Deep Thoughts with Jack Candy.
Yes, there you go. All of these were written by Jack Candy, a comedian who specialized in these zen-like moments that once appeared on SNL. I used to love Deep Thoughts.
I'm really glad that somebody got that one because, like, the whole time I'm like, gosh, I know that quote.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to say demotivators, but I knew they were too long.
Yeah. My favorite one of those was I picked up my nephew and I told him we were going to go to Disney World, and I let him take a nap because it was a long drive. But instead of driving to Disney World, I drove to an old abandoned warehouse that had burned down. And when we got there, I said, "Oh no, Disney World burned down. You can never go." He cried and cried and cried. I would have gone to the real Disney World, but it was pretty late. just
like
awful.
Jimmy Kimmel and you see the YouTube Jimmy Kimmel, how they the parents eat the candy. Tell the kids they ate all the candy.
Yeah, that's
big fun.
It is big fun. If you can't mess with your kids, who do you mess with? Yeah. All right, here we go. So, born May 16th, 1944. Served time in and out of prison in the 1960s and 70s.
This isn't one of those girl bands.
David.
Desmond Tutu.
David is out for the rest of this one. While in San Quentin, became a champion boxer at the lightweight and welterweight division.
Damn it.
Damn it starts with a T if you follow that. It starts with a D if you follow it up with a T. You're going to get it right.
All right. His first role was as a prison boxer in the movie Runaway Train. Last clue. His iconic appearance as a knife-throwing assassin in the movie Desperado springboarded his career into well over 100. Go ahead.
Trejo.
You are correct. Oh,
I did not have it at all until you got there. Were you going to bring up the tattoo at some point?
No, I was he's springboarded his career into well over 100 appearances in TV, movies, and videos.
I would have never.
He was in a classic Star Trek episode too.
Yes, he was.
All I can never think of was the tattoo on his. Yeah.
Well, all I can remember is I remember when I first saw Desperado, I saw it with my buddy Matt, and when he shows up with that grimace on his face, we're like, Jesus, that guy is just like the perfect evil guy. I mean, just so angry.
Posable guy, evil guy, and then they've started giving him bigger parts.
Well, and then the whole thing of using the knife to dial the phone and all those things. He's 72 years old. He's 72 years old. And if you go back and watch Desperado, it actually kind of makes you sad because you watch as he's you realize that because he's got that really iconic tattoo of the girl on his chest, but he wears that vest. So he's getting shot by 20 people, and all of them are shooting the vest, because that's where the blood packs are. Nobody manages to shoot him anywhere else, obviously because he wasn't wearing any clothes up there. But
Anthony,
look at this,
Danny Trejo. Do I win?
Well, you missed the last one. Have you been listening to this and just agonizing over the answers?
No. I was actually recording my podcast.
Oh, okay.
And I told Paul as I signed off, I'm like, I gave up my chance to go 4 in a row.
You probably would because it's taken me to the 5th clue to get most of them.
He's like, they're probably still on. I said, well, how bad would it be if I came in halfway through and still won?
Well,
you're mathematically eliminated.
You are mathematically eliminated at this point. Actually, the only person that both David and Kevin could. David needs to get them all to win and get all but one to tie, and Kevin needs to run the table. And John and Perry.
Kevin has to run the table to tie.
Well, yeah, because there's 4 left, and David's got 2, and you've got 5. Right?
Yeah, and Keith has an asterisk by his.
Yeah, because of a bad question. Not my fault.
No.
What are the initials? I'm not going to chime in.
DT.
DT.
Like the shakes.
Yes. Or, but anyway, never mind. So, all right. So here we go. Everybody having fun at least? You're enjoying yourselves? Yeah?
I got to hear Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. I'm in a good place.
All right. Cool. Yeah, that was one of them with Deep Thoughts. All right, so here we go. Formed in 1985. Was originally named Majesty.
Oh, this is going to be David.
Is considered to be one of the best live acts in all of metal. You can't answer.
Come on.
It's considered to be one of the best live acts in all of metal.
I'm texting you the answer.
What did I miss? Damn it!
Did you not hear the clues?
No, I got kicked out.
Oh, okay.
David's totally going to get this one instantly.
Here, we'll go. First one. Formed in 1985. Was originally named Majesty.
Dream Theater.
I'm sorry, you need to ring in with your... Yes. Described as a dense blend of progressive rock and post-Halen metal.
See, I wondered why he hadn't chimed in and got it.
Yeah, I was too. I was like, how is he not known for their long songs?
Did you not hear me say, damn it, as soon as I realized it was a band?
Yeah, known for their long songs, many over 30 minutes, and heavy keyboard and drum work.
Was that a paid-for question?
I actually enjoy Dream Theater a great deal. And I knew when I was writing it, I was like, and this is one that David's going to get. So nothing I can do.
I got it.
Yes, well, you're not playing. So I hope your podcast went swimmingly. All right. So right now we everyone is mathematically eliminated except for Keith and David. And David can, if Keith gets one, all Keith has to do is get one correct and he wins. But
wait, who got the last one?
I did.
Oh shit.
So you
I
have
have 3, I have 5, Berkey has 1.
Yeah, so and with 3 questions left, you have to run the table to win.
Okay.
They're all musical, so you're good.
Yeah, another band with DT. No, that's okay. So here we go. And you guys still can ring in. Barry, how you feeling?
I'm okay.
All right, good. All right, here we go.
Britney Spears.
Yes.
All right. Released in 1981. It is difficult to find one with working components.
Anthony.
Anthony, you can't play.
I'm texting you.
You can stop interrupting. You can text if you wish. But that's it. An epic fantasy quest to recover an ancient magic scepter from a tyrant king. David.
Dark Tower.
Correct. Oh, yes. Never reprinted due to copyright issues. If someone has a working copy, I will gladly buy it or trade for it. Well within your favor, please contact Lance at Undead Viking Videos.
There are working copies of it at Gen Con every year.
But they always want like $500 for it.
Wait. Did you just say you had a copy you want to get rid of?
No, I said
no. I want.
He wants one.
Oh.
No, there's almost always like I go to Con of the North and there's a trader there. He almost always has one, but he always wants like $400 for it, and I almost always buy it when I'm there. And the thing is that I look over at this giant pile of games. If somebody had a working copy that was like a good working copy, not like half the lights turn on or something like a really honest to goodness, really good working copy.
Right.
I mean, I would package up 10 of these games, that are each worth, $40-$50, and I'd send it easily in trade. If somebody wanted to, and they could probably get another 5 out of me if they held it over my head. So, but there you go. So, who's playing with their copy? Oh, it's Anthony being a prick is what he's doing.
Yeah.
And admittedly, the game is awful. It really is.
Wow.
I used to play the crap on
$1,500. Yeah, admittedly, the game is flat out awful. But I would love to play that with my daughter. I want to play that with my daughter, like so bad. And,
there you go, right there. You can play it online.
I want to play it online. The whole process, the whole thing is it's so cool to hit the button and then you hear the little beeping noises and everything. I used to play. I had a friend. His name's David, and that he high school friend, and he had a copy, and we played it like. I mean, it was one of those staples. Like, let's play Dark Tower, and we just play it. It was so much fun, and it was so good.
Con in LA they do it 3 times a year. So every con you go down to the open gaming room, there dude's got Dark Tower set up and sitting there playing it with people.
Yeah, so you heard it here first. For those of you who are listening to this somewhere, if you have a copy that and you don't play it and you want to make me a very, very happy person, then I will happily we can work out a trade. All right, so there you go. So David, you're kind of running the table here. I'm impressed. So, and I'm really hoping you guys don't tie, because if you tie, I don't have a tiebreaker because I only got 12 this time. So,
I'll come up with a tiebreaker.
All right, Anthony.
Yeah.
I got one in mind. I'm hoping you're going for. So if we need a tiebreaker and you don't do that one, then
you and Anthony should talk tiebreaker right now, then, in case something should happen. But anyway, so here we go. Released in 1972. Born August 17th, 1913. David.
Desmond Tutu.
Limits. Made $60 million worldwide.
Born.
Was played by actor Hal Holbrook in the movies. is both a Washington informant and the name
Deep Throat.
And Keith is the winner. Yes. See what I did there? I was very proud of this one. I was very proud of myself because I played both options. It's like, yes, it's both a Washington informant and what is considered to be the most famous adult film of all time.
John should have had that one.
Yeah, you pervert.
He's obsessed with Desmond Tutu. He wrote down first on his list.
Desmond Tutu was a horrible porno.
All right, so that is Keith will be the winner, but we have to do the last one in case because it's for the number, the guess. So theoretically Keith might get this last one. So we have to play out the string, if you were. And this is John and Barry's chance to not be awful. So here we go. Last clue.
Anthony.
Or last item. No, you aren't allowed. Went a combined 14-0.
Keith. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah, you right again, Keith.
Detroit Tigers.
I
just wanted to take a shot at the Tigers.
Never won a game by less than 32 points. Were coached by Chuck Daly. Christian Laettner was the only college player on the team. David.
Well, I mean, that's the Olympic.
5,
the dream
4.
Team.
What?
Dream team.
You are correct. Yes. So there you go, David. You got the last one wrong. So, there you go. Good job, David. You finished strong. You finished very strong there at the end. But
I thought David would take it this week.
Since I missed the beginning,
trivia about people and bands and crap that happened 100 years before I was born. Not my strength.
And none of them were Desmond Tutu. Just
wait. Were any of them Danny Terrio?
There was no Danny Terrio.
Yeah, and where was Danny Thomas?
No Danny Thomas.
We started with defensive tackle, and I thought it would be like cool ideas like this, right? And then we just went off the deep end with people, and that's where I started to fall apart. I got drive trained.
Although that was very.
I mean, I don't know how duct tape didn't make it onto the list.
I'm following a protest. I want an asterisk on this because number one, I dropped out for Dream Theater, which everybody knows I would have had.
You got Dream Theater.
But you got Dream Theater.
Yeah, we gave you the point for Dream Theater.
DirecTV was a really suspicious kind of.
I tell you what, David, I give you a shared victory with me, and we exclude the DirecTV.
Okay.
Now, because it was a bogus bullshit question because it's 3 initials.
Right.
Because I believe in making Alaboom great again.
Evidently, Lance.
Everybody's a critic, It isn't easy to come up with like all these things, and everybody wants to.
You could have picked Desmond Tutu.
Desmond Tutu. And Steve Jackson wasn't here like 3 times in a row or anything like that. So you'll have to just abide by the rules or whatever, and go. So there you go. Well, it is 12:09 in the a.m. My mother, it is her birthday today. So I'll be taking my mother out to dinner later today. I'm excited to do that. So anyway, Anthony, how did your podcast go?
It was fine.
Couldn't possibly have been as good as the last one you did with a really awesome guest star.
I always wondered how long it takes you to record an episode of The Secret Cabal.
Yeah, I mean, it was. Yeah.
Well, it's funny if you listen to this. I talk about them a lot on it.
Did you?
Oh, really?
No, actually, I don't. So we did something where we gave our input on stuff that was mentioned on other shows, and one of the shows was Secret Cabal. So pretty much the entire show every time Paul asks me a question and I disagree with him, I'm like, get out of my face with that.
All right. Good night, everybody. I'm going to bed.
Good night, Keith.
Bye, Keith.
Hey, I'll see you on Tuesday, brother.
Hey, I'll see a lot of you on Tuesday or Wednesday.
See you soon, buddy.
Looking forward to it. See you later. Bye-bye.
So, Anthony, how long does it take you to do a podcast, to record it?
We started at 10 tonight, and I finished right before I logged on here.
So about
Not bad.
Yeah, I know Jamie was telling me when Brian and all them are, it takes a couple days, a couple sessions.
Well, they got like 5 people on the show, so
Yeah, and 2 of them are.
Yeah, and it's a 3-hour show.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Anthony's can be at times too. I was just curious.
yeah. I mean, we've recorded for 2.5 hours. I'll probably get that cut down to like 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
The one nice thing is that like when I'm doing this is like I always find out new and interesting things. Like I actually read most of Mark Felt, like most of his like biography, like not like his book or anything like that, but like read most of what he did in his entire life. The guy who was the Washington informant, for
Right.
I read like all about like his life and what he did and everything like that. It was he led a pretty interesting life, and pretty amazing. So, no, yeah, interesting. The interesting stuff as far as that goes. So that's one thing I do like is that when I do this, I get to learn neat and interesting new things. So there's that then.
I know the feeling.
Yeah.
No, I do because I've been working on one. So in case I ever get to host it,
Yeah.
I have one ready.
Well, the unfortunate thing is that because I actually like host it normally, I can't actually play. I don't think that it's it would be fair. I mean, I will be more than happy to let you play, but I'll have to bow out of the competition, of course, because
Because you're too smart.
Yeah, that's and I don't want to embarrass myself. So
That's like that. The one time they let Alex Trebek play Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Huh.
And they never aired it because he felt so embarrassed at how bad he did.
Yes. Okay, you guys probably heard about that David S. Pumpkins thing, with Tom Hanks.
Brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant. But if you haven't seen it, go ahead and YouTube it up and watch it. It's hilarious. But he was on that same episode of SNL. They have this thing called, instead of because they have Jeopardy, but now they have a thing called Black Jeopardy.
That's hysterical. That one.
It's hysterical. And the one with Tom Hanks is
he's a redneck.
Oh my gosh, it is so good. I was just and you know what? And the thing is that it isn't. The other episodes of Black Jeopardy haven't been as good as that because Tom Hanks really elevated it. But the playoff between him and the guy who plays the host, between the two of them, and it was so strong. I mean, you could tell they were like riffing off of each other and just it was just so well done. But yeah, Google that up too, or YouTube it up, or whatever you want to call it. I would strongly suggest if you want to have a few good laughs or what have you. So. So there you go. Hey, Anthony, while you're here, just would you text me or email me your address? I don't want to have to look it up, and so I can get that stuff sent to you.
Okie dokie.
Thanks, buddy.
It's just cut and paste it to you. I have to do it so many times.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Barry, what are you holding up there, Kevin? Oh yeah, David S. Pumpkins. But just don't stop it.
So funny.
Any questions? Yes, several.
Any questions?
What was I going to ask? I was going to ask Barry something. What was I going to ask him? Dang it.
I don't know what.
Oh, did anybody win? Did anybody pick Keith with 6?
No, we had Sir Bob with 7.
Oh, he almost won it for Sir Bob.
Kabuki... let me go in the chat to see what Kabuki Kid had.
Well, she had 4, like Keith with 4, I think. But yeah,
I know that's a score. Okay, yeah. So no.
And also like the whole thing with like for the Deep Throat with the Informant, it's like the other credible candidates like that they thought could possibly have been that weren't him. It's just like it's like the people they thought that it could have possibly been. It's pretty amazing. Like all these people that like the were possible informants or whatever. Good stuff. And have you guys seen the movie All the President's Men? If you haven't,
yeah, that's awesome. Robert Redford, Dustin Hoffman.
Great movie.
In a while.
That is such a good movie on so many levels. It's just so good, and really and 2 actors like at the height of their careers too. So yeah. Well worth a watch. My old journalism teacher, who has since passed away, which makes me sad. The guy who really, anytime I ever write anything and then and somebody compliments me on how well it's written, he is the guy that inspired me to write and learn how to write. And so Mr. Bob Hendricks, that was his favorite movie, and he taught journalism in high school, and he would the last day of the year. He had the tape, and he would just all of his classes, because he taught English as well. He didn't expect any kids to work. He just had that movie playing constantly the whole day. He put up TV, put it in the thing, and he just played All the President's Men. And when it got done, he rewound it and played it again. Rewound it and played it again, over and over again. And that was his. So whenever I think of that, I think of Bob Hendricks. Really good guy. But anyway, that's. But as people get older, they tend not to be around anymore. So I don't know, Anthony. We talked politics for a long time, and you and I texted back and forth the other night.
Yeah, politics.
Yeah, we
there was some politics going on.
They had some politics going on. Did you guys talk any politics on your podcast? No, none.
Not really. Not really. No, the one thing I just want to see out of this whole thing is that moment when Donald Trump pulls the Tom Hagen move on Paul Ryan.
With the horse head?
No, when he goes, Paul Ryan starts talking about what they need to do, and T.S. looks at him and goes, "You're out."
You're not a wartime.
You're out, Paul.
You're not a wartime consigliere.
Michael's in charge of the family now.
What was if you ever before Greg you remember that show Greg the Bunny? It existed for a short period of time and then it vanished. It was it was a weird sitcom with I forget who it is. I think it was
Seth Green,
yeah, and then and Greg the Bunny, which was just a puppet, or a Muppet or whatever you want to call it. But it was like a YouTube show first, or it was it wasn't a YouTube show. It was a an all access cable thing, and they did it, and it was relatively successful. But they did a knockoff of The Godfather. And they have that scene. I forget, and it was very raunchy. I mean, it was not for kids, but they had this puppet and they same deal where they say, I think it was the vampire puppet whose name was Count Blah. So he said, "My name is Count Blah Blah. Your name's Count Blah Blah? No, it's just Count Blah Blah." Just because he says blah. Anyway, anyway, but he played the role of Tom Hagen or whatever, and then they or one of them did anyway, and they do the thing where you're out. And he's like, "What? You're not a wartime, consigliere. You can't even say the word. You're throwing me out or whatever." And he's like, "Look, it's like we're going to be enrolled in a mob war here. We just want you to go out to Vegas and take care of our operations there. He's like, you want me to go to Vegas? Yeah. You want me to go out there and drink and gamble and bang showgirls 2 at a time? Yeah. Have fun with your mob war, boys. He walks out the door, but for whatever reason, I remember that line. But if you can find that, that's worth watching too. The old Greg the Bunny stuff.
Hey, Lance.
Yes, sir.
When are you going to get your website working?
Like the TMG one?
Uh-huh.
That is an excellent question.
I thought it was working the other day.
We are. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like it's one that's well on our to-do list or whatever, but it's something where none of us are like true, really good web design people. Like we have one now that's like she's fairly good, but she has. I mean, she's got so much other stuff going on that like and yes, having a slightly better, and this is so much better than what it was before, what we had. So I mean, it's and it admittedly it says it's under construction, but it's like it's leaps and bounds better than what it used to be. So I congratulate her a great deal. A what?
Is it a coded site?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
So, but no, I mean it's like it's something that it's a focus for like 2017, but there's only 7 of us that work for the company, and we all have pretty distinct what we do, and none of us get the website running as a priority, which maybe it should be. I just, and it's not that we don't want to. It's just there's
only so much time.
Exactly, and and it seems like what the weird thing is that when you're working on a company or whatever, and like there literally is a convention every month that takes at least half of the employees out of action for a week.
Right.
And so the other half of the employees, when you only have like 7 or 8 people or whatever, the other half of the employees have to do all the other work that the other ones are gone for. So it's like, you're basically, it's for that week, nothing really gets done. It's just subsistence, and there really is. There's like a convention, and that isn't me complaining. I'll say all day long that, working, my worst day of working at TMG is still ridiculously better than my best day of my old job. So, yeah, no complaints, but it is weird. It's just like, it just seems like you never have time. I mean, it's like one of the sad things is like you, if I say today I'm going to answer emails that I get, that's my entire day. It's just the amount of emails I get for questions about games, or people asking for review copies of games, or because it's just like the review copies of games. I don't mind the requests at all, but it's like it's one of those things too where I take a few times to like vet their site or vet their
numbers,
following, or their numbers, and some of them make it really, really difficult, but I don't want to just say, okay, well, you made it too difficult, now I'm not going to look at it anymore. And that's something too that really bothers me too. Is like sometimes you'll get somebody that contacts you and they give you their numbers. Like they say, oh, well, I have a podcast and I get this many downloads and I get this, that, and the other thing. And then and then I'll go look at it, and then they've inflated their numbers.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just like, I had somebody tell me, it's just like, oh, it's like, my YouTube channel has, like they said, my YouTube channel has over 1 million views. We've got 20,000 subscribers, and I'm like, why have I never even heard of you?
Right.
And then I go to their YouTube channel, and they had 2,000 subscribers, and they had like 20,000 views.
Yeah, they have that, but it's they're open 24 hours, but not in a row.
And I was just like, and I honestly was just like, what? You know, I mean, I suppose if you send that out and nobody bothers to actually follow the link, you know, it's pretty possible that people are going to, you buy into that, and they're just not gonna question it or whatever. I don't know.
The other interesting, I was sitting there the other day when I was at the expo. I was looking at picking up a couple extra TMG games, and City Hall at my distributor price is $10 more than Amazon. That's why I went back to your website to look to see if something was wrong, or if I was messing something up, or discontinued or something to justify that. But that's when I noticed the website still wasn't done.
Yeah, I don't know. So if you're listening to this and you are a board game media type person, and a TMG game comes out that you are interested in reviewing, we are. I mean, when I asked the guy who did handle it before me, I said, "What's my guideline here?" And they said their guideline is, we would rather send a game out to somebody and have them turn around and sell it to somebody else, and then whatever, then turn down somebody that could have really given us like really good coverage.
Right.
So it's just like, just err on the side of generosity was kind of like the mentality. Now, when I get contacted, oh, looks like you got 3-4 brand new games, all cost $60. Give me one of each. No, how about if I send you a copy of Flip City, and then I'm going to wait and see if I see a video out of you in the next 2 months, and then we'll go from there, So I mean, but
amazing. It's amazing how demanding the people can be when they've got no audience, and how they act like they're doing you a favor. And I don't mind sending out review copies, but it's all in how you approach me. If you're just an ass, or if you're very assumptive, then I'm less likely to send it out to you.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't. I mean, I send you all the scratch and dent ones anyway. The ones that we donated on before we. But yeah, I mean, that just kind of bugs me a little bit when you get these people who are brand new to reviewing, and they just, well, I see that Mare Nostrum came out, or I see this came out, and we'd like you to send 3 of them to us, and we'll give 2 away. What? Nothing. And then when I ask them to fill out the reviewer form so I know what their numbers are and I can back them up and look at it, I don't get anything for like 2 weeks. And then a day after that, they're like, why haven't I heard back from you? That kind of crap drives me nuts.
Oh. I reviewed a TMG game and a Academy game on the episode we recorded tonight. So,
did you do which one did you do?
I did Strike of the Eagle and Guilds of London tonight on the show.
Awesome. When's that going to be released?
Tomorrow night or Friday morning. I'm leaving for a convention Friday morning, so I have to get it out.
Is it VGG Con?
No, Lobster Trap.
Yeah, Lobster Trap.
I'm excited about that Viking game that Academy Games has. What's that called again?
Me too. 879 Vikings.
Yeah, 879. We saw. I went in there with Sean Ramirez from Dukes of Dice at. It was at Origins. They had a room set up, and then we went in there and took a look at it. I was only able to be there for about a half an hour, but that thing looked really cool. Kind of very similar to 1775 and 1812.
Yeah, it's just the Birth of Europe series versus the Birth of America series. But we'll be bringing that to Kickstarter hopefully in the next 2 months, I think.
Yeah, it looked really good.
Did you see the minis when you saw it, Kevin?
I think they just had standees at the time.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen them.
Uwe showed them to us at at Gen Con, and one morning we were talking to him, and he's like, "Ooh, let me show you something." And he showed us some samples he had gotten, and they were really cool looking.
The artwork on the map looked great.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a really sweet game. I'm also really excited for Storms to Steel, to be honest with you. So that one should be out in January. Yes, Anthony, I'm sending you a copy.
Yay, I can replace my first edition.
That's because he wasn't assumptive.
No, I'm not.
I sent it to him, so I know he'll get it done.
I pick up my copy of Mare Nostrum this weekend.
Did you?
I traded for a copy, yes.
What did you trade?
I traded some money in a game that somebody wanted. But I got to play it last weekend, and I really liked it. So,
what did you get with it? What are the Kickstarter stuff did you get with it?
I got the base game and the expansion. He hadn't gotten the buildings and the chips and stuff, but
that game is fantastic. I got the great big neoprene mat, the chips, the buildings, and we took it to our local Fergus Falls library game night. Had a brand new gamer there. And the guy that kind of heads it up, he said, I think he can handle this. So we played a 5-player game of it. It was our first play there. And this young guy, he says, this is my most favorite game that I've ever played. Yeah, it went over great. And, here was a new gamer even, and we had a blast with it.
Cardboard Congregation is asking how the Viking game differs from 1812. It's been a while since I read the rule book, so I can't quite remember. It's not that different. There might be a rule change or two, but it's basically the same, very, very basically the same style of game as 1812 and 1775. So was the other one. So it was
1754.
You can buzz in first.
Anthony, yes. 1754.
So, but I mean, if you're a fan of the style of games, you're gonna love it. Yeah. So,
all right. It's 1:30. I was up till way too late last night. I'm going to bed.
Good night, brother.
All right. If I don't see you guys next week, have fun at Board Game Geek Con.
Yeah.
See you later, bud.
Have a good one. Good night.
Night, guys.
Night.
All right, guys. I think we're going to sign out, too. I got work to do. I've been zoning out on it for the last 40 minutes anyway, so I'm going to go concentrate.
Oh, that's your excuse for not.
Was there any Gatekeeper game announcements that I missed out
on? Maybe. I posted a couple on Twitter during stuff yesterday. Gatekeeper games, we're doing Havesies 2.0 in February, which is the most, Lord willing, it's going to be the most epic dice campaign that's ever been on Kickstarter. If we don't actually achieve that title, it's going to be hard to believe because I legitimately sent 49 prototypes to 17 different countries for photography at world landmarks, including the Eiffel Tower, Grand Canyon, Niagara Falls, rooftops in Seoul, South Korea. I mean, if I don't sound excited about it right now, it's just because I'm exhausted and I'm concentrating while I'm talking. But it's freaking, I'm so excited. It's so freaking cool. And then and the really cool new dice prototypes, we're going to do the same way we did the first one, where you can vote on them. So you get to pick what wins. That's always exciting.
Is there going to be any expansions for King's Armor ever?
Yes, that's project that's going to come after that. I have a King's Armor expansion with 7 new heroes, a whole slew of new monsters. The terrain's even more modular because the terrain's now going to have effects. We're going to create towers that create effects also. So it's going to be exciting. Thanks for asking.
Welcome. I want the expansion.
I'm working on another new game too, but that's super in development. That's going to be late 2017 if it gets off the ground. It needs a lot of play testing first to make sure it's viable.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I should be concentrating while talking about this stuff, but busy all the time.
Yep.
Busy.
And I'm sorry I haven't got back to you yet. You know about the halvesies dice thing, so I'm still working on that. And I suck at communicating. I'm too busy all the time. When Lance was talking about emails, how many emails he has to deal with.
Yeah.
I don't know how big your company is, David, if you got anybody working for you, but I'll say this to Lance. I'm not nearly as big as TMG. There's no mystery about that. But imagine doing all of everything that every employee in TMG does solo. It's not easy. So
being green.
I know, right? So I spend like 4 hours a day doing emails, and then I'm supposed to develop and blah 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 blah. It's tough stuff. I think David gets it. So
yeah, there ain't nobody but me in my company.
Yeah, so you get it. If anybody out there, people ask me all the time, people give me advice regularly for the Kickstarter stuff because I have the whole blog thing and do all that sort of jazz. People ask me about this, that, or the other thing. The first thing I always say, I was like, oh, I'm Gatekeeper Games for a reason. Here's the gateway. Are you sure you want to do this? Because it's really hard. And every now and again, I have somebody say, you know what, I'm really glad you asked me that. And because I probably don't. And then for the most part, people are like, yeah, man, I'm totally excited. And then, cool, just as long as you know what you're doing. All right, let's get to it. What do you need help with? So, no, it's fun. It's rewarding. My wife's a stay-at-home mom on it. I'm very happy about it, but just busy.
Oh, I understand. All right. Get some sleep.
Yeah, well, no, get some work done for 3.5 more hours and then get some sleep starting at 2 in the morning. But let's hear for the West Coast. I didn't have to stay up all night to find out who won last night. It was only like 1 in the morning here.
Seth wants to know who wants to play games at the BGG Con.
All right. Good night, kids.
Night.
Good night, viewers. Thanks for watching. We love you guys. Without you, sit here and talk about nothing. Oh, wait. Good night, Lance.
Like Seinfeld.
Well, there you go.
Hey, I got some interesting news.
What?
It's very interesting. My son, Josiah, competed at the World's Championship for Star Wars Armada at the Fantasy Fight Game Center this weekend.
Really?
And people from all over the world were here. The world champion from Canada, the world champion from Australia, the world champion. There was 14 European champions. And guess what Josiah did at that tournament? Crickets.
I don't know. So
how do you think he placed? There was 41 total from all over the world.
42nd.
Oh. I'd say he did top 15.
Good guess. Barry.
Top 10.
Kabuki Kid. Okay, the suspense is killing me.
We're 30 seconds behind.
He actually won the entire thing.
Wow.
Hey.
When he placed 42nd?
What did they give him?
He got this really cool trophy. It's posted on Board Game Theater on Facebook. But this cool iridescent type of clear, like acrylic, but it's got this luminosity going behind it, kind of blues and fuchsia colors. It's really cool. It's on this pretty nice base. And he got a bunch of other exclusive things. They print out an entire sheet of cards they're very collectible. I guess it was kind of like a misprint, and they get one. They're worth some money, and some 36-inch play mats and different things like that.
That's cool.
But it was quite an accomplishment. He was pretty happy about it.
Seeing it. Yeah.
So what's next for him? Like, is there another tournament, or that's it?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. He said, Dad, I'm going to be the shortest reigning champion because they've changed up the format, and now the New Worlds is going to be starting in May. So he'll have to defend his title this coming May, where normally it wouldn't be till next year. But there's regional ones that are around the state. And then there's at Gen Con, they've got the national thing. He took 17th in that like 2 years ago. X-Wing is dominating everything. They had the World's Fair Netrunner for Lord of the Rings, LCG. There was another one they had too. Oh, Star Wars Imperial Assault. But Armada, I guess, is third in the popularity and amount of support it's getting, I guess.
If anybody watching's not liking his Board Game Theater page on Facebook, you need to get over there and click that like button.
There you go.
Click it.
Click it.
You
Click
get
it
another
to win it.
You get another opportunity to make up on your vote right now. You get to go vote for Board Game Theater.
There you go. It'll be huge.
That's right.
Yeah, our Royals is doing pretty good. We had a lot of great comments on Board Game Theater on our Royals episode, and that's a big 3-parter. But we've had a lot of really good comments, so that's been a lot of fun. We just finished our contest, and all the winners are posted at BoardGameTheater.com as well. That was a lot of fun.
Wait,
and we're getting ready to go. What?
You had a contest?
Yeah, we had a big contest where you could win one of every Arcane Wonders games. We ended up having a stretch goal if we had 5,000 views to the video, and we didn't quite reach that, or 750 subscribers to our channel. But what we did instead, the grand prize, got a copy of Royals, got a copy of Mage Wars Arena, also received a custom insert from Robert Searing, a first player marker from Meeple Realty, and 2 pouches of Burke's Happy Mouse signature spice.
Awesome.
And then we had 4 other prizes too, where we gave away more Royals and custom inserts from Robert Searing. He was very generous to jump in on the fun. Yeah, I'll just give Robert a quick shout out here too. You know, the guy's just awesome. He makes these custom foam inserts, and you know, there's so many games. This guy's got like 130 SKUs, and if you ever needed your own game, you could send your game to him, and he'll make a custom one for you.
What's his company?
So, what's that?
What's his company?
Insert here. .me, M-E, Robert Searing. Insert me.
I knew the name. I just couldn't remember which one he did. Yep.
Yeah, it's just his family, and they put together these custom foam inserts, and he's just got tons of titles. So, and it's the ones that a lot of the other wood manufacturers aren't making. He does a lot of the main ones too, but he was the first one to make an insert for Royals, so that was kind of cool.
Interesting.
Yeah, we've got a really fun game coming up at BGG Con too, and there's going to be 3 separate sign-up sheets for a new game coming from Arcane Wonders, and I may or may not be in it. You'll have to guess. And someone else may or may not be in it. You'll have to guess.
Huh.
Yeah, intriguing.
Huh. So are we doing an Alaboom next week or what? Are we doing that? Are we meeting somewhere?
Well, I mean, the big thing is that will we have Wi-Fi and will we have the technology to support it? I mean, I'd be more than happy to maybe throw something together and do it like right at the TMG booth or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially if we could do it, if we can get access to it like right after the dealer hall closes down, and we can just do a quick little half hour or something there, which I don't think would be a problem. But and I'm pretty sure if we asked Aldi, he'd give us the Glasscock room, which is a thing. Everybody thinks like we're making a joke. There's the Glasscock room, which And we could, that's a relatively quiet spot that we could set up. But like I said, the big thing is that we'd have to have a good Wi-Fi, to be able to do it.
Good Wi-Fi. You'd have to have good microphones, and
I don't think I'm going to get the signal at the.
Yeah, it's pretty bad there.
Yeah.
All right, what if we just did
dedicated?
What if we just did like a get together, where we all got together and did it, and then we could record it with cameras, and then just put it up later.
It's maybe, I don't know. It's just I think it would be fun. I think it'd be cool to do, but it just probably ain't gonna happen. My wiener dog came down to say hi to me. Hey, Wiener.
Are you bringing a big camera setup, David, to record interviews and things?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't said that. I'm still trying to figure out where I'm staying and all that when I get down there, but I haven't set anything up for that. And then I was talking with some people, at our expo this weekend, and they were like, "Man, if I were you, I wouldn't be lugging your equipment around like that because it's just too dangerous." And it'd be one thing if it was, generating something for me, I guess. But right now, it's pretty much just me grabbing content that I have to later edit to help other people out. And it's not like I don't have enough of that going on right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm debating. It all kind of depends. It'll depend on where I stay, and so that I know that I can trust the people in the same room or whatever. And then what I'm going to use it for. If there's a place, I've never been there, so I don't even know if there's a place I could set up. I don't know if there's a press room. I don't know anything.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, there's no press room or anything like
that. Anybody else? I mean, I don't know. I was going to talk about this because I always wanted to talk about like RPGs when I get a chance. Hold on, I got to grab a book.
Okay.
I'm gonna bug out on you guys.
All right. Hey, Mister, I can't fly American Airlines and take the one-way flight. You jerk.
I really wanted to.
Yeah, I know. I feel better when you're on the plane with me.
Yeah, I know, and I feel better too. So just send me Tasty Minstrel's credit card number. Next time I'll book it right.
That is the one.
But I am bringing lots of jerky.
Good. The one thing I love about it is that it's so nice to have like just a direct flight from Fargo to Dallas. Just like no racing around, changing, whatever. Good stuff. All right.
Yeah, I got to stop over in Denver, but I had air miles, so it's the way it was.
Well, there you go. There you go. Understandable. All right, man. Well,
All right.
Excuse me.
I'll maybe see you Saturday, Lance. I'm down in North Dakota at my dad's right now, so I'll maybe stop by and say hi on Saturday.
That'd be awesome. What am I got going on Saturday? I don't think I have anything going on Saturday, other than hanging out with the family. Well, my kids have swimming lessons in the morning. But other than that,
yeah, I'm out by Dickinson, so.
Oh, so you're not going to be on? Is that right?
No, I'm going. Yeah, no, I'll be home this Saturday.
If we thought about doing something for board game theater, I'll bring my equipment down for that.
I don't have anything that I can think of ready, but we could do it. You got a Klingon mask?
No, but I'm sure I could find one.
We could turn Lance into like an undead Vulcan.
Well, no, I think. Are you guys gonna do the spinning tops tournament?
Yep.
I think I'm just gonna bring my Halloween outfit, where I dressed up as the murderer. I'll bring my fake machete and my killer outfit, my bloody coveralls and everything. I think I'll throw those and I'll just wear that and I'll just stalk around, wearing that down there. And then I'll lose in the I'll lose in the first round as always, and then I can move forward from there. So
you need to bring a luchador mask or something, David, for that.
Okay.
I think I have a Minnesota Vikings one, a Minnesota Vikings luchador mask somewhere. I had to find it though.
Ooh.
yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try not to schedule anything, as much as possible. That's my goal. So.
All right.
Hey, when's the Coliseum hitting the streets?
Probably February.
Okay.
Good
That'd
job.
be.
All right, Kevin. See you.
Good night.
All right. There you go. So, all right. So there. Wait. So I want to talk about this. This is something I picked up on a total whim. It's called Faraway Land, and it was. I like the kind of like the weird. Very much. The artwork reminded me of. Why can't I think of the name of it now? What's the cartoon on Cartoon Network that has like the guy and Jake the dog and
Adult Swim? What?
No, like on Cartoon Network, it's like it's like the kid and he's got the dog that follows around with him, and they go on adventures, and the world is like both really weird, and somebody in the chat probably has said what it is, but anyway, so like the artwork inside is like really cartoony and simple. But the actual game itself is very it's very rules light, and it stresses like when you create your character, creating you're not worrying about stats, even though you're going to have stats and abilities, what have you. You're creating an idea more so than you're actually creating like a thief or a fighter or whatever. And so you kind of just, but it's still, it's very, very, very old school D&D. But the thing that I liked about it, that I thought was cool, that got me, is that before you even play the game, one of the rules is that the first thing you do, and this is the game master themselves as well, there's rules for creating the world first. And so, and what is everybody actually is they come up with a god of who they are. They come up with the name of a god. They come up with the name, and then they're the god of whatever. So you could say, I am, Keswick, god of, farming, the sun and water, whatever, and that's yours. So, and then you get you get a piece of paper, and you have 2 coins, and like you have to like throw the coins onto the piece of paper, and you have to throw both of them at the same time. And so wherever they land on the piece of paper, you get to draw like a shape between those 2 coins. If neither of the coins lands on the paper, you don't get to do anything. If only one coin lands on the paper, you just get to draw around the coin. And so then you have those coins, and what you do then is like you just draw something, and before you throw, you say, I'm going to make like I'm going to create like the Dragon Spine Mountains or whatever. And so then you throw them, and then then you get to create the Dragon Spine Mountains between those 2 coins. And so then the other person goes and they do it, and you just do this until enough of you like you create, whatever. Now at the same time you have one person who's the historian. And so then like they write down, this is the Dragon Spine Mountains, and they were created by this god, and so on and so forth. And so eventually you have like this image of the world, and then one person then has to take that and like, because it's going to be kind of gobbledygook together because of the fact that like people are going to have like rivers that go through forests, and so you have to kind of adjust everything. But then you make a map, and then the next thing you do is actually you then go through the same thing, but then you are the historians of the world. And so then each person gets to like, and there's rules for picking different spots on the map, and then you get to tell like the history of that particular thing, and then somebody else writes down all of that as well, and then you do. Then finally, after you get that, after you get done with the history, then you get done with like the legends of the world. And so the whole thing is that like the first time you get together, you spend a good 4 or 5 hours of a session of everybody being involved in creating the actual world that they're going to be playing in. And by the time you're done, you have a world, you have the history of the world, and then you have the legends of the world as well. And you have and everybody feels connected because of the fact that they actually had an active role in creating this place, and everybody's going to remember the histories of it, and they're going to remember those things, and then they're going to make a character that they're going to be able to insert into that world that's going to feel like they're a part of that world. And I was really, really, I mean, I was like, the idea of it obviously could be compromised if you don't like the rules light system, but you could take that idea and you could easily transport it to any other system, and I really liked it. I thought it was just it was kind of a neat way to go about coming up with how you're going to play a game of D&D or whatever you have. So you can pick it up on Amazon. I bought mine. I think it was like $35, and it's, it's nice. I mean, it's a smaller book, but it's hardcover, and it's got and it's. I read it in maybe a couple of days. Read through the whole thing, and I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever actually play this particular system, but I'm definitely going to use that world building rules that they have, and it's pretty cool. So there you go. That was my little blurb about Faraway Land. I'm probably going to do a video, like a real video on it here at some point. But I was really taken with it. So this is the. Excuse me. On the bottom it says this is the Tome of Awesome. I guess like there's like 3 books that are combined in this particular book, and so then you can. It's like this is like the basically the player rules, the bestiary, and then the world building rules in this one thing, and you can buy those separately or get a PDF. But I figured I like actually having a book in my hands, so. And like I said, all the art is kind of that goofball art, that it doesn't really look, I don't know, polished, I guess. I hate to say polished, but you know what I mean. I mean, it looks very cartoony and very like they're not really taking the game seriously. But I mean, the rules in the game and everything, they do take it seriously, which is kind of weird. So, I don't know. I mean, like here, I like that picture of like the 2 people facing off on the just like, even though it's very cartoony. And like over here, you have this person right here that's been chopped in half or whatever, and they're bleeding all over the place. So it isn't like it's cartoony, but it isn't. I don't know. It's still kind of serious too. So, but there you go. That's my attempt at a review during the Alaboom, if you will.
Did you have you played the RPG that came out from Word?
Weird? No, I haven't. It doesn't look like something I'd like. I'm weird. I don't mind playing Shadowrun or something like that with like lots of technology. And I don't mind playing D&D as well. But I don't like when they try to make D&D with a little bit of technology. And the idea of having like a fantasy world, but then with cannons and muskets and stuff like that kind of just that just doesn't feel right to me, I guess, in a weird way.
Yeah, well, I agree. I was looking at it this weekend because I didn't know they even had an RPG. I just wondered what your thoughts were on it.
I'm a Weird does good stuff. I'll fully admit that, but like I said, it's just it's not my thing, I guess. I don't know. I don't like Adventure Time. There you go. Yeah, it just, I don't know. It's just like you don't need guns in D&D. Now, I mean, in like games like Shadowrun, I love Shadowrun. I love the world of Shadowrun. I love the whole idea behind Shadowrun. I love the whole process of like creating the character in Shadowrun. The creating character in Shadowrun is probably like the most fun part of playing it, and then being able, because like when you create a character in Shadowrun, it isn't like you're a first level fighter and you slowly kind of grow into it. You actually are creating like almost pretty much your end character at that point. And so you come up with like a certain, like, are you like some badass cyber mage? Are you, like the living embodiment of a samurai or whatever. And see, and we keep saying that they like cyberpunk, but see, cyberpunk, I don't know. It's just like cyberpunk just seems so limited, in my opinion. And plus, the world of cyberpunk was just so, in my opinion, not scripted out or not created as it just wasn't as cool as Shadowrun. I love the idea in Shadowrun of the manifestations of the fantasy things where people were trolls and were orcs and what have you, and the fact that like there were dragons that were well, okay, fine. I'm going to respond to her traveler comment here in just a second, but like the like the whole idea of you create as I said, like you create this troll cyber samurai, or you create, an elven mage, or even, but obviously humans have like a lot of really cool things as well. But the thing is that like, I mean, the characters that we made in our Shadowrun campaigns that are very iconic. I mean, I can remember my buddy Matt's mob enforcer, that he, just like he was in the like the Shadowrun version of the mafia, and he was just this really cool, like huge, guy, that like, but also had some smarts to him and stuff like that. And it's just, it's something like, it's like, in Car Wars or BattleTech where like you spend all this time, building something, like when you build somebody in Shadowrun with all their cyberware and stuff like that, you have a certain amount of points that you're able to use, and you're just kind of trying to jam as much stuff as you can in to like, kind of min-max. And I mean, the game is just designed to throw buckets of D6s to figure it out. So yeah. Traveler, I agree, it has like that weird system where basically you write your entire backstory by rolling some D6s. But I mean, and that's cool and all, but I like having some freedom of movement with those. I mean, my favorite Shadowrun character of all time, I made what's called a physical adept, which are like the people that use, they're like basically the iron fists of that world. They use magical and mystical energy to enhance their already amazing martial arts abilities. So you take their magical ability and you just make this like, death dealing person, and I made basically I tried to make a like the little the Chinese monk, with the long wispy beard and just was able to like just walking down the street looking like he's nothing, but like, he could, break people's spines with his bare hands, and things like that, just like, so, I mean, it's just like it's true. Shadowrun and is very much like very meta power gaming almost, just kind of like you get to live out whatever weird, like power fantasy you have. So, I mean, yeah, it's just it's good stuff. I mean, but RPGs are just what that's supposed to be. It's just like, I don't know.
I like it. Have you played? Are you a fan of the Fate system? Fate Core.
I'm okay with it. It's still not very interesting for me. I mean, it's just I always dislike things where they I always like when they're trying to be very generic, if you will.
Right.
It just I'd rather it be very specific. Hey, hold on. I'll be right back, guys.
Are you an RPGer, Barry?
No, I've only played one. I don't know if enough people to do it around here, who are into it. And
where are you located?
I'm in Delaware.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Not only that, but like I don't think I'd be into Dungeons and Dragons. It's that whole fantasy thing doesn't really get into me. So, from my understanding is, if you get away from that, there's really not a whole lot of groups that stay with something. They always go back to that or something like that.
Right. Yeah. There's lots of groups around here to jump in, but they're in it for like 4 weeks and then they're off to another one and then they're off to another one. And it's like, I don't have the cash flow to be throwing on a new RPG every 4 weeks and then trying to learn, a new RPG every 4 weeks and that kind of junk. So I don't get too involved in it, but I would certainly like to, if I could find a steady group.
Yeah. It's
Mookie Kid says Aiden is still her favorite. Where did Lance go?
I don't know. I'll be back in a minute though.
Potty break.
Yeah, probably. I don't know what the board games is enough. It's for me. I have a hard time getting board games at day one anymore. But I'd like to get into that and the painting and the war RPGs and all that, or the war games and all that. But just there's not enough time and people.
Yeah. Do you have just like one regular gaming group, or do you have several?
I go up to the Secret Cabal every other week, and then here it's just mostly with the family. I'm looking for another one down here that'll kind of fit my personality.
Right. Yeah, that's probably.
But it's tough, down here there's not many groups to begin with in my area. Maybe 3 or 4. Yeah.
We have lots of them here. There's just so many of them are more social gamers. It's hard to get anything, medium weight or above played.
Yeah. Well, once in a while they don't bother. That's one thing I like about beer mongers is, people play anything. It doesn't, they're not strict Ameritrash or Euro or,
Ooh, that's a good idea. Javi says we should bring one to BGG Con and film it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. Does anybody there want to get a game of D&D in while we're at BGG Con?
I won't be there.
You got more important things to do.
No, I thought I was going to get my left arm operated on it. That just got pushed back.
Ooh, I see you got Time Stories sitting next to you. What do you think of Time Stories?
I like it so far. I'm trying to get back to it. Jen and I just haven't had a chance to get back to it. I like to see what I got the last 2 expansions. About.
I got to play the base game the first time last week.
Yeah.
Quite enjoyed it. It was much harder than I thought it was going to be. Played all the way through.
Yeah, I enjoy it too. I'm just hoping with future expansions that they'll change that whole reset thing and all that. We'll see what they do with it.
Hey, Lance.
What's up?
The kids online think we should bring a D&D game to BGG Con and film it.
I'd be all in favor of that. It's just when do we find the time?
No, we'll stay till 5 in the morning. We're not 60 yet. No, well, almost 60.
True enough.
I'll be a favorite. I'll bring my books. I'm good with that.
It's just.
I don't think you've got to dedicate a day to that.
Nah, just play one. Just play one little thing. We're just gonna film one little episode. Just grab Basic Adventure and play through it. But I got Bolo's Guide the other day in Storm King's Thunder. Picked that up at the expo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be a good idea, but once again, it's just tough to get everybody together. It's something to consider. Obviously, I could probably throw my Swords and Wizardry book and a quick adventure in my backpack, and at the very least, if we can, find some time, definitely.
Yeah, I'm up for it. They're asking what's the latest news with TMG.
Well, I mean, what's the latest news? Like, the big news is we got, Orleans Invasion is just hitting retailers now. Ponzi, Oracle, and ours, and At the Gates of Loyang will be hitting in a couple of weeks, and we will have copies of those at BGGCon. So that's the big thing, right there. And then Amon-Ra will be the last release we have, and it should hit in December. The reprint or whatever of.
I want one of each except for Amon-Ra.
Huh. Okay.
Tell me where to send the money.
Well, I mean, you can go to any of your local game stores and then you can also request the you can pre-order all that stuff from Miniature Market or Cool Stuff or whatever.
Weren't we talking about Alien Uprising on here a couple weeks back?
What now?
Alien Uprising.
That's that old co-op from Mr. B Games, right?
I didn't enjoy it.
I liked it. I think I played it once and I enjoyed it. A lot of people thought that it was just too repetitious, but I went into it with like, "Hey, this is a Richard Lanius co-op." It's just,
yeah.
It's just like it's. I knew exactly what I was getting into when I got into it, and I enjoyed it. I mean, it was odd that it didn't. It just did. I don't know. Whatever. It just didn't grab people like. It was one of those things where, like, if he was able to get like the Aliens license for it, it probably people would have gone crazy for it, right? But
I don't know. I thought it was too long for what it was, and the repetition.
That's what your wife says.
Wah,
wah, wah. So, but yeah. No, it's hold on a second here. We're not, give me a second here. I just somebody just pinged me.
Pinged you?
Yeah, pinged me. Whatever, you know what I mean. The whole process here. I'm going to doom us all here in just a second here.
Huh.
No, I mean, it's the whole process of the release dates with like Amon-Ra and everything like that. It's so weird. It's like it's like we've known, like when you see things that are on the boat or whatever, and you're kind of waiting for those things to show up. The whole process of that getting to us and what have you is I never really understood it, and I've said this before, and I'm kind of it's just like I never really understood the process to get those things going until now. It was just one of those, and it's kind of neat to see it, but also I can understand people's frustration with it as well.
Right.
Just
about the logistics or just the whole process in general?
Yeah. Oh, you're wondering about the zoo game, Sir Bob. That won't be for a while yet. We only just got our PPR copy, which is the pre-press review copy, where basically we take a look and make sure that everything's fine on it, and then we sign off on it, and then we, and then after we sign off on it, then we'll get, and then they'll actually start the production of those things. So. We still, as far as I know, are still looking at our PPR copy. Oh, and look who's here. The one I said who was going to doom us all.
I'm out.
You're out. Live from Estonia. It's
Jesus Christ, Richard and David.
Richard. It's good to see you, bud.
I don't think he's in.
No, he's still working on. Oh yeah, I heard him. I heard his voice. No, I can't hear. I see his mouth moving, but we can't hear him.
Now, yes, hello.
There he is.
I think I heard you come in. Yeah. What's up, bud?
Well,
You've only been using this stuff for how long, and technology is still driving you crazy?
I have no understanding why they feel the need to have a mute all microphone stuff on my keyboard that is practically invisible, that is situated right between the brightness control and the volume control on the F3 and F5. Hit it by accident all the freaking time.
So, sadly, I won't see you next week at BGGCon, which makes me sad. But how's life?
One way to go. Well, it's as good as to be expected, I imagine. I'm sure you guys have already discussed the news of the day at length. What
are you talking about?
Oh, you haven't heard. Well,
yeah, I bet you're happy where you are.
It's certainly changed our life plans.
What? How so?
Oh, well, I mean, we're always on the cusp of thinking about moving back to the States, but that is on hold now, definitely. I mean, Obamacare is dead. It's gone. They will do their best, and now there's nothing really standing in their way. And one of the principal precepts that would allow us, Jen and me, to move back to the States is the fact that healthcare.gov works, and we would have actually been able to have affordable healthcare. Being in our current retired state, we would not be able to have that. Well, after it gets repealed, we got to see the video of Rand Paul gleefully talking about, we're going to cut this and this and this is going to be amazing. We're going to save them. No, but anyway, like I said, we did what we could. Thanks Electoral College for screwing us again. Who would have thought, twice in our lifetime? But it is what it is.
You're not going to.
We're just rehashing.
The Electoral College is not. The Electoral College isn't going anywhere, though. It's.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, certainly. Why would it? It's certainly benefited the ruling power class significantly.
Yeah, I mean, the two-party system. The last thing they want is to give any legitimacy to a third party. And so, and I've tried to explain that to people, and they're just like, "Oh no, it doesn't make no." It's a combination of perception and plus it's just like when you have I read a very, very good essay from somebody how basically how we at one point did have more than two parties, and they were viable. And we're talking, 1800s, but it's just the Electoral College breeds two systems, two parties, and it's just and there's no way on earth. I mean, when Ross Perot got 19% of the vote back in what was that 90, 86?
It was the three-way between him, Bush, and Clinton.
Yeah. So when he got 19% of the vote or whatever, but not a single electoral, vote, it was like, oh, okay, you spent a gajillion dollars to, get these people to vote for you, but yeah, nobody. It was like it just proved that he had no legitimacy. And then the thing is that it actually destroys it because, if you are because a third party candidate is almost always like a more radical version on some way of the Democrats or the Republicans. So you had H. Ross Perot, who was trying to bring back this kind of Goldwater Republican ideal, but he was still kind of a nutball. And and then you have like the Libertarian Party, which is kind of the same thing, and then you have like the Green Party, which is like this kind of ultra liberal. And the thing is that if you actually gain any kind of legitimacy, you actually destroy your liberals, like your party's chance. So it's like you actually enable the other side. So it's like because of electoral college, those third party, like, they don't want to succeed. It's weird. It's and so it's like, and so you have your own party, like, barking at these other people that theoretically have fundamentally the same ideas as you, but how many posts, I mean, on media and everything like that, people saying, those of you who voted for Jill Stein, F you screwed us out of you screwed Hillary Clinton out of the presidency, whether it's you grounded in facts or not. It's like you promote, I don't know. It's just, and it's just, electoral college isn't going anywhere. I can see maybe possibly, like, what are the two states that have the split, that they split them up depending upon the percentages?
I think New Hampshire was one, and
what
was the other one?
Maine, the other one?
I don't know, but they
change their system.
They have, like, whatever it is, like a total of like 11 electoral votes, so it really doesn't make that much difference. Here's the weird thing. A friend of mine said something. A buddy of mine said this: if Trump doesn't win Florida, neither of them have 270 electoral votes. He's like, what? And then those three states that are, like, coming down to, like, too close to call would be, like, the deciding factor. He's like, you imagine the shitstorm we'd be in right now as they're like calling back each one of those, like, ballots and making sure it was counted correctly and all that other garbage. Yeah, whatever.
We're in a shitstorm anyway, so
yeah, that's true.
Goes on. Life.
It is. The sun will come up, and
Richard, are you?
The thing is, humanity. I mean, I know I've watched Alaboom almost every. Well, I don't. I listen to it on podcasts, and I know you're a deeply cynical individual. As much as I love you, and I'm generally speaking the opposite, because I take great. My whole adult life, I've taken great solace in the fact that humanity, if you just step back, taken on a whole, we have always been on this wonderful upward trend, and we still are. But if you pull all the way back so you can see the entire graph, there are occasional dips. 2016 is a dip. There's no two way. Between this and Brexit, these signal steps backwards, steps away from inclusion. They are the dying thrash of the white male-dominated power structure that has existed for the majority of humanity. So, I mean, it's good that death throws, but when a creature is cornered and is dying, that's when they fight the hardest. So,
but here's the thing,
it's a shame.
Here's the thing, and you weren't here for this discussion. And I'm not saying this is right by any means, but I see this as you had a situation. You're saying it's this dying gasp. I don't see it as a dying gasp. Yeah. I don't see it as that at all. I see it as, if anything, this is going to be a calling card. I mean, for you have a situation where you have, and I said this before, and I apologize to people that were here, but just to recap quickly, and once again, this isn't how I personally feel, so please do not lump me in, but there is this feeling that a lot of white males in the United States feel that they feel like they don't consider themselves to be privileged. They don't consider themselves to be sexist. They don't consider themselves to be racist. And they probably aren't, the last two, for sure. But they also do feel like society has kind of just said, you're the bad guy. And they're like, well, I haven't done anything other than just exist and try to do the right thing. But you want me to, like, apologize for who I am because I have this privilege that I didn't ask for, and whatever. And admittedly, like I said, we have a privilege. We can't possibly fathom what it is because we can't possibly live. But as like I said, and
the
as
only thing we've ever known, having doors held open for us that we never even knew were there.
Yeah, and comedian Bill Burr said, he's like, you can't tell the guy, working at the taco shop for $10 an hour, barely paying his rent, that he's privileged. He's going to say, what the hell are you talking about? I don't even have a car that runs, that kind of thing. People aren't going to grasp that. And so you have this situation where I personally believe that you have this thing where they just doubled down. I mean, it was like, and unfortunately, I think a lot of it did stem from, I don't want my country run by a girl, and that's horrible, but I think it is. And I think what happened is that now they doubled down on it and they said, we're going to make sure that we win. And they went out and did you know that 53% of white women voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's not that they doubled down. They just continue to show up like they do every election cycle. Right-leaning voters are incredibly disciplined. They get there. It's, and because actually overall voter turnout was down.
It was.
Compared to where it was.
And the minority vote didn't show up like they expected. I mean,
that's on us. That's not on them. They are being true to their convictions. They believe wholeheartedly. I mean, they have their life experiences, and they're very, very consistent. It's on our side that, that basically an entire generation was hoodwinked by 30 years of ridiculous, propaganda that somehow. Well, anyway, it's neither here nor there. And also, I think I mentioned before I got on, I literally might disappear at any second because Malta has a planned power outage today from 8:30, which is 3 minutes from now till 3, because that's Malta. Sometimes they just say, hey, we're going to turn the power off for a day.
All right, well, then quickly.
FYI, I might disappear at any second.
All right, well, I understood. So, no, there was things I wanted to talk to you. I'll have to do them offline at some point. So just no worries. We can hook up and what have you. But but other than that, life's good. Malta's good. The game's good. You had I understood you had a great Essen.
Oh, really? How so?
Well, Travis said Travis Chance, my buddy.
You know what? Actually, I had a wonderful time. Travis showed me this little cul-de-sac that I've been to Essen like 5 or 6 times. I never even knew it was there. We went out. We sat out in the sun for an hour and chatted. I took my shoes and socks off because I was so tired. He almost fell asleep at one point. That was actually just about my highlight of the show.
Yeah. Travis said he had a fantastic conversation and a good time with you. So
yeah.
And he also said you spoke well of me to him. So thank you. No, I mean, I'm serious.
I'm not. Speak all of you every chance I get.
I'm not joking. I just I heard from a few people or whatever, yeah, you spoke well of me, and so it got around back to me, and I wasn't there, so it's when people actually talk nice about you and it isn't to your face, you should recognize it, and so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, what's your game of the year right now so far? If you had to pick one right now.
Project Elite.
Oh, really?
I really like it a lot. I brought my copy home I picked up a copy at Essen, and yeah, it's as good as I remembered playing the prototype a year ago. It's just amazing.
See, I wouldn't think that because it's so violent.
That's one of the hallmarks of just how amazing it is. I mean, well, don't get me wrong. I have no particular problem with violence in games. I don't have a problem with them. My wife, Jen, does. But she loves it too. And I think in part it's because it's so fast-paced. She doesn't really have much time to focus on the fact that, I'm running around with an MP5, because you don't have time to really concern yourself with the actions, what you're doing. You just have to go so fast. And, yeah, we both absolutely love it. I don't know. I mean, I've still got a big old mountain of games over there. There's a few that might unseat it, but I'm probably willing to bet it's going to be my number one of the year.
Well, see, I was sure you'd take Cottage Garden because it's the garden game.
Oh no, that one was a bit disappointing, unfortunately.
Really? What was your issue? I figured that was gonna be. Yeah, I was like, when I saw that, I was like, the game for Richard, where not only is it a garden game, but it's about making a garden.
About tending my own garden. That's the figurative about it. No, that was awesome, and I was excited about it. But I'm not saying this is a trend because I've only noticed this in a few games, but it's something I've been noticing in Cottage Garden and Oracle of Delphi, and what's the other one I just played the other day? The same thing happened. I'm noticing this trend in Euros to be much more forgiving to players, giving them a lot of rope and never hanging them. I'm sure you saw the video I did for Oracle, which is an awesome game. It's very fun. It's very well put together. Feld has put, you guys were right to pick it up. I can certainly see how it'll be for a lot of people their favorite Feld game, or the game that finally makes them enjoy a Feld game. But I was just taken back by how you compare and contrast that to Year of the Dragon, where
his best game.
Or it's the difference between Agricola and Caverna. Caverna is just so wide open. It's so forgiving. It gives you so much stuff. You never have to. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't struggle, but the tension isn't there. And yeah, that's the thing about Cottage Garden. The tension just isn't there. It just rolls over you and it does its best to give you a really great time. And that's just something Jen and I don't respond that strongly to as a general rule. We'd like the game to give us a bad time. We'd like the game to beat us up and, smash us into the dirt and give us a really tough problem to solve.
So
as opposed to...
Why are you so opposed to playing a game with me where I'm the one smashing you into the dirt then? Why?
Here's the thing. I don't have a particular problem with you smashing me into the dirt either. I just don't want to be put in a situation where I am required to smash you. That's my anti-player conflict bias. I can take it. I just don't enjoy giving it out. And if the presence of those kinds of features where, yeah, that's a really nice sandcastle you built there, Lance. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. If I am the originator of that, I'm not having fun. But if anything that's going to smash my sandcastle and puts me in a tough situation where I have to make agonizing decisions of, okay, well, I can't save the whole castle, but at least I can save the drawbridge. I love that, whether it's from you or the game systems. I just don't want to be that agent of destruction.
So there had to be something that changed you. You helped create Siphon Filter, a game where you get to tase people until they set on fire. So.
Yeah, true. No, it was the first torture porn in video games, or one of them. Definitely.
Yeah. So I mean, there had to be something that what was your definitive moment that changed you like this?
Well, I think it's board games in general. It's definitely. I mean, I came into the hobby late, in 2009, 2010, and right up until then, I didn't give a second thought to making games. I mean, at the time that I came into video or board games, I was making a very active, in-your-face multiplayer shooter where you did everything you could to try to stomp out the opposition. And I was enjoying it, and I was loving it. And to be fair, I still love that game. I'm very proud of Brink. But the more I spend time sitting at... And actually, here's an interesting thing. A lot of people don't realize this. When I first got into board games back in 2009, 2010, I was super hardcore into Small World. I loved it.
Why?
Although it's interesting. Well, whether you like it or not, I mean, but it's still, I bring that up to point out, obviously that's a very in-your-face game where you are every step of the way trying to impede the progress of others. Now, to be fair, I liked that, not so much for the impeding progress of others, but because I really enjoyed it as a mind game exercise, trying to convince everybody around the table that, look, I am not your guys' problem. Look at what Chris just did. That's absolutely insane. You really got to stop him. I'm just going to be over here minding my own business. That is kind of how I found myself playing Small World. But when I first got Carson City, Jen and I, we would never attack each other, but I was a bit more ready to have the threat of an attack be ever present. Not that we'd ever use it, but just like, honey, you realize if you don't do something about that bank there, I'm gonna have to rob it. I can't just let it sit there. Maybe you should take that church. I mean, And that was about as aggressive as I got. But it's been a slow, gradual thing. The more games I've played where I am not put into that situation, and yet I can still have a very deep and fulfilling time, I've just found myself less and less willing, or I've found myself less able to have fun making those kinds of decisions and those kinds of moves because I just don't need it when I can, as you always point out, tend my own garden.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Richard?
I am 47.
Yeah, I should have met you. We should have crossed paths like 20 years ago. I could have. You
could have put me on a whole different trajectory.
There you go.
No. It changed my life.
Yeah, just but do you? I mean, just not to turn this into some weird interview thing, but do you like the social deduction games, like where like Deception in New York and things like that, where the resistance games, the things like that? I mean, you can't really play most of them, I understand, because of player counts and stuff like that. But when you get the chance to, do you like that stuff? Like the negotiation?
I don't get the chance to. And I've always thought I would, because I do remember back when I was at Splash Damage, playing games at lunch every day. Like I said, I turned, Small World into a social manipulation game. And I enjoyed that. So I thought I'd like them. But the only experience I have at all is that trip I made to Florida when I played games for the day with the Dice Tower. And we played Resistance. And we played, I forget the name of it, the Murder in Hong Kong one. It's kind of like Mysterium.
Yep, Deception in Hong Kong or whatever, yeah.
We played those two. And I was like, because Tom asked me, hey, what do you want to play? And I said, I want to play these games that I would never get a chance to play because you guys know them and it'll be awesome. And I found I didn't take to them. Now, maybe that's because I was a fish out of water and I was surrounded by a group of guys who knew them really well. And I was, just running to try to keep up with them. But I didn't take to them like I thought I would. I genuinely thought I would because I like screwing with people's heads. At least I know I've enjoyed that in the past. I remember Archipelago. We didn't keep it because Jen hated the extreme negotiation, in large part because I was so ready to negotiate. I wanted to negotiate for every little thing because I enjoy that. But I was really surprised. I can only chalk it up to the fact that those guys were running circles around me and I could barely keep up, and they were playing this meta game where I was just kind of a noob and therefore I didn't have fun. So I don't know. My predilection should be to enjoy them, but my one experience so far has been less than ideal.
Fair enough.
Not a reflection of them. They were wonderful hosts, and I had a good time hanging out with them for the day. But I enjoyed Carson City more, which was interesting. I don't know if you ever watched that. We played a game of Carson City, and the entire game I never attacked anybody.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah. Which was I found it to be a very interesting challenge, a very interesting logistical puzzle to solve, being the only card-carrying peacenik amongst a bunch of rootin' tootin' guys who were ready to steal all my stuff. And Jason took every opportunity he could to do it, and he won as a result. I'm hearing feedback. Is that coming through, or is that just me?
No, I think it's just you. I'm not hearing it, so.
All right, cool.
Well, what do you do? No, that's cool, man. It's always good to have you pop on here, even though it's super. What time is it right now where you are?
It is 8:38 in the a.m.
Sweet. You gonna have your sausage and peppers breakfast again, or what? Last time you
delicious breakfast.
Oh, what'd you have? What'd you have for breakfast?
Probably something very, very similar to what we had last. Oh no, Jen made a couple days ago. She made a big frittata, and we've been going through that over the last few days. I think we finished it today. It was actually a big sausage frittata. If that's me like you. Any chance you guys are ever going to switch this over to the weekend? Because if you did, I could be on a lot more often. But I'm sure.
I think it comes down to. I mean,
you don't care now. You spend time with your family all the time. You don't have a 9-to-5 job.
That's one of the problems, though, is the fact that I don't have a 9-to-5 job. That I'm always have the possibility of working, so that tends to actually kind of if I'm like I'm gonna go answer some emails, it tends to my wife gets a little annoyed, just kind of like.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's I don't know. I can't complain though. Like I said, I have a good life. So, no, I just, but you have the life of Riley though. All you do is play games and live in Malta. So,
I can't complain.
Yeah, there you go.
Things are good. Yeah.
Not like David. Scrimping and scraving and hating the industry on a daily basis.
Not hating.
Or Jabba over here. That apparently has been leaning forward like most of the time now. Because he slipped and fell on his deck. It was on your deck, right?
Yeah, I didn't slip.
Oh no.
Backside. Leg gave out.
I thought you were just leaning forward because I pulled you in. You were so wrapped up in.
I'm enthralled.
No. You're just in a great deal of pain.
So when are you making back over to the States?
No time soon.
We're gonna see you again, Megan?
Jen will be going back at some point next year. She always goes back every year, but I don't that often. I've only made these recent trips. Well, I mean, most recently because Tom flew me out for his Kickstarter reward, and the one I did previous where we ran into each other BGG is because Aldi flew me out. Anytime somebody wants to fly me to America, I'm more than happy to show up. If you know anybody at Origins who thinks they'd like to have me as a special guest, I'll do whatever talk they want if they want to fly me out. Because
Origins is a really, really good convention. I really liked Origins.
I'm not interested in going back to BGGCon or Gen Con because I feel like I've already covered them. If I were to come back, I would want to do Origins. Or heck, Grand Con sounds really, really cool. The way you always talk about it. I think that'd be really cool. I'd love to do the Gathering of Friends. But none of these other places are going to pay to fly me there. So
I can't believe you haven't gotten an invite to Gathering of Friends yet. Hasn't somebody nominated you yet?
I have not. Nope.
That's crazy.
Yeah. The thing is, though, my understanding is I think there's restriction. Not only they can't invite you unless you're in a situation where you are going to come for a certain number of years. And if I were to come, it would only be a one-time thing. I don't know. There's a lot of weird peculiarities about the rules and restrictions of an invite.
I do know that if you actually get vetted and get invited and you turn it down, especially that you're done. They never ask you again. So, my big thing with Gathering of Friends is like it lasts like 10 days or something like that. It's such a, but nobody, as they say, goes for the whole 10 days. But it's just like. Still, it just seems like Gathering of Friends to me is something that you could go to if your kids were out of the house. I mean, I can't imagine leaving for like 10 days and your wife would go with you, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds amazing. It really does. It sounds crazy. Because and it sounds like there's a ton of going there and just playing all these prototypes that people bring, which I find also fascinating. But
I would absolutely do it, and begin to play them with the developers who made them and giving feedback and feeling like you're part of the process. I mean, that's the thing I love more than anything else about doing Kickstarter prototype run-throughs, because it's as you well know, it's a pain in the ass because 9 times out of 10 the rules are far from done.
Oh my gosh! I'm not gonna say, but I got one recently, and I mean it was a really well-made rule book, but it was, it had so much superfluous crap inside of it, like it definitely was the approach of why make a sentence with 5 words when you could do it with 15? It's like it was just, and it wasn't even a translation thing either. The person was, I felt like I was reading a lot of like Robert Frost or something. It was just kind of like, oh my gosh, just get to the point. Charts and tables for no reason. Other than just to show, probability of drawing certain tiles and things like that. It's just like, why are you even putting this in here? Nobody's, I don't know. It was, but ultimately,
it's rough.
when you have to gut your way through it, it's kind of like, and
the thing is, though, the fact, I do like that yeah, you got to go through that, but it means I can make an impact on the game too. I mean, I almost always give them a lot of feedback, and let them know, well, here's what stuck. Oh, they know what stuck me on the rules because I end up asking them 50 questions, and as a general rule, those things then get addressed for the final viewer. So I really do like that. So I would love to do Gathering of Friends and give lots of sit down with Eric Lang or Lanius or whoever would be there, and let them know what I think. That'd be a blast.
What's
it's unlikely to happen.
What's your upcoming game like that that's like in the future that like you're excited about? Anything come to mind?
Well, let's see. I'm excited to try Colonist. Probably more than anything else, that little tiny expansion for that little tiny game. Oh my goods! I'm beside myself with excitement for it. Because, Oh My Goods, or Royal Goods it was called, is a really simple little engine building, push your luck card game from Alexander Pfister. But at Essen this year, for whatever reason, even though it wasn't a big hit, they put out an expansion for it that basically adds a campaign to it, where you play over multiple sessions of this little push your luck card game, but it has, at least my understanding, the kind of campaign stuff you would expect from Descent, where games lead from one to another, and what happened in one affects the other, and things get bigger, and that's not a thing you see in Euro-style games ever. But it's so common on the Ameritrash side of the fence. I'm really, really excited to see it. It's a little tiny expansion for a little tiny game, so I think it's just a little experiment, but I hope it works, because I would love to see that in a much bigger, better, bolder way for the kind of games I love, because that's one of the things I'm so jealous about when it comes to Ameritrash games. That whether it's Sword and Sorcery or whatever it might be, you get these big epic stories that play out over many, many sessions, but you don't get that in Agricola or Cottage Gardens or anything like that. So it's a dumb little thing, but I'm really excited for it because it could signal big shifts, maybe. I've floored you all.
Well, I played Oh My Goods and I wasn't all that impressed with it. So,
well, for the record, did you play them with the rules that came in the box? Because those rules were kind of shitty. They released 2.0 rules, unfortunately, only in German, so only the Germans got them. But it hugely improved the game, and I believe the expansion now ratifies those rules. So yeah, I agree. The rules as written that came in the box of Oh My Goods made it less than it could have been. But and Alexander Pfister knew it, and he gave it a pretty radical overhaul that made it much, much better. But unfortunately, most people who played it never saw those.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Maybe I gotta speak German and track those down or something.
Yep, it's good to sprechen the Deutsch.
I'm
also excited about Isaac's Gloomhaven. I still am beside myself with Lee for that. I'm terrified of that box, that ridiculous, obscene box.
It almost seems like you'll never be able to play the whole thing. I mean, I'm excited to try it out. I'm excited to take a look at it. And so that's neither here nor there, but it's one of those things where it's like how much are you going to have to play it to really like get through it, if that makes sense. It's just like, is there going to be enough there to keep going through it, and keep doing it and keep playing it and what have you.
Yeah.
And
it's a fair point. And for guys like you and me, that's going to be tough. I mean, as I recall, when I did the run through of it, and I talked to Isaac at great length about it a year ago, getting a full play of the thing, getting the full breadth and width of it is going to be like 50, 60 sessions of an hour a pop, because the game could go anywhere from like 45 minutes to an hour and a half. That's a lot. That's something that in my line of work I will not be able to accomplish.
Well, that's just it. It's such a weird thing where it's like it's a weird legacy type of game almost. I mean,
it is definitely. Yeah.
I don't know.
What else?
It'll no, I mean it'll I think it'll be fine, and I think it'll be good. It'll just and it might finally be like a it might actually be an RPG in a board in board game form. You know, that I'll actually you know, it's one of those things where I'm excited to check that out, but I don't know. But then again, it's impossible, really. I mean, ultimately, it's just.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's no way to ever truly capture what you do as a GM, but it's about as close as a box full of cardboard can come to it.
Yeah. It couldn't do the job worse than the Pathfinder card game. So.
The Pathfinder card game was a victim of unfortunate hype that misled and
I remember you being a very, very staunch defender of it, however. So
I still am. But I'm a staunch defender of what it is, as opposed to your problem, which is you were very anti based on what it was promised to be.
By the designer, mind you.
It was promised to be the full role-playing experience in a card game form, when in fact, no. What it is, it's Diablo in card game form.
I wouldn't even. That's almost too good of a compliment. So, which isn't saying much, but no, I had to chuckle. I shouldn't say chuckle because but I was at my local game store today, just talking with the people there, and they have a 40% off rack, and I always go and check it out and see. Yeah. And there's the second big box for that Scoundrels or whatever it is, the pirate one. Yeah, just sitting there languishing. Nobody wants to play it. It deserves its rotten, whatever place where unplayed, unenjoyed. I don't know. I got some sort of sick pleasure out of that. I probably shouldn't have, but I'm sure somebody would have really liked it.
Cancer on the soul, man. You gotta let that
go. No. Yeah, Kabuki Kid mentioned Seventh Continent. I am excited about Seventh Continent. I'm really looking.
Yeah. That's really, really cool. Although I hope my only problem with it was when you and I played with both demo is at the time his 2-player rules were a bit shaky. It was clearly intended to be a solo game, and but look, you can play it multiplayer, kinda.
Yeah,
and, I hope that gets more robust, but I'm sure it will because he's been working on it.
And almost in the same world is and I realize as we're finding out more and more, Seafall is kind of is getting less and less good reviews now, and it's
thanks for bringing that up. I don't care about anybody else's opinion about Seafall. I want to hear yours.
Well, I mean, I'll have to go non-spoiler because I don't want people to hear any spoilers. How
far are you in now?
We're 6 sessions in. We'd probably be done with it if it's every time we're going to get to play. We played with the full 5. I should have played with 4, and we would have been done because to get all 5 every single time is really difficult. So, but we play with 5. And we're 6 or 7 steps in, and it's still good. It's still giving us stuff that is interesting, but it is. If there wasn't a narrative, where we want to find out what's going on, if there wasn't, I'm at this weird point where, if I'm watching a movie on Netflix that's like a murder mystery, but I want to know who the killer is, and you just start kind of flicking it forward. It's here's another thing where
I don't need this character development. Let's just skip to the next scene.
Yeah, it's here they're talking next to a boat. I don't really care about this. Okay, here's the killer. Here's the killer. Are they going to reveal? Okay, they didn't reveal him. Okay, I'm kind of weirdly at that point where, we've kind of gotten to this situation where there's a certain level we had actually a very disastrous session that turned 2 people on the game really hardcore because we
turned him against it.
Well, yeah, turned him against, like, it left a really, really bad taste in their mouth. One thing, like, just because of, like, bad luck, person goes out, has random encounter because they're at sea. I don't want to give any spoilers away, so I can't really describe it. But basically, mechanisms are in place that force us to go in a certain direction at times, and so if there's a mechanism in place that if you are in an open sea area, like, you have a chance of having just a random encounter. And then so you and then you have to draw one of these cards, and the card will tell you to, like, possibly, hey, this is what happens. Or sometimes they'll say, turn to number 73 in the paragraph book, and read the thing. So, like, he had that. He drew a card. He said, this is the very first turn of the session. Go here, do that. Okay, reads it, and because of, whatever, like a die roll or whatever like that, he ended up taking so much damage that one of his ships was sunk. Like, very first turn. Well, the thing is that he had, like, played all these cards to, like, basically he played his advisor, and because of they gave him, like, +3 sail, and he had played this other thing, and plus we had turned over the event, which was, like, smooth sailing, so I'm like +2 sail. So his one ship is way out in the middle of nowhere, but the other one is destroyed, and now it's back at the beginning. So all the rest of us have 2 ships, and we're cruising around having a good time.
Heavily.
Yeah, and so he
doesn't get nothing. He lost everything. Kind of.
Yeah, so he was just busted because of just bad luck, and he was actually, like, the person, he went first too, because he did the worst in the game before, so he got to go first. It was like, you get to go first. So that kind of busted him. But then later, then he was just looking up and staring up at the rest of us for the rest of the game, and he can never really catch up. And then the other thing that happened was, because of the fact that the way the cards came out, and because I personally got a random encounter, rolled the dice, rolled stupidly well, and basically I got, like, 20 gold, from, like, a totally random encounter, but because I rolled stupidly well, I got 20 gold for, like, doing nothing, just extreme stupid luck. So I get this 20 gold. Well, all of a sudden now, like, during almost the same time, like, basically a couple of huge, like point get things, like, basically the way to get points, achievements are both money related at the exact same time. And so I was able to finish off a session in about half the time because I was able to turn in all my money in successive turns to get, like, 9 victory points and, like, trigger that session end. And I had just dwarfed everybody else. And so then I got all these big giant bonuses. And so all of a sudden they're just like, why would they do this? This is so stupid. And I was trying to explain, well, it's like, it normally wouldn't happen. It's just, like, an incredibly rare situation that I managed to have this one weird random encounter. Then I get an incredibly lucky roll, and then these cards pop out, and I'm able to turn them all in, and I'm able to do this. And so, and it was, but they were like, the fact that is possible is a mark of poor design. And we had a very long discussion about that after the session. And so, and so then that put some bad taste in people's mouths. And then,
and it has now slowed down your progress, because now that's in the back of everybody's mind. That could happen anytime.
Yeah.
Yes,
and so
it was a 1 in 2,000 chance that it happened. But it did happen, and now everybody's just waiting for it to happen again.
Exactly, and the thing is that, and I just said, I mean, it's like, and I tried to explain. I said, you do realize that, like, when I had all that money, you let me go back to port. You let me do that. You should have tracked me down, and all of you ganged up on me and just blasted me out of the sky. You should have done something to stop me, but you were all too busy, like, trying to do your own thing, which is, you know, fine. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's. I think as the story is being revealed, I'm interested at the very least. But it actually has surprised me. The storyline has surprised me. Whereas with Pandemic Legacy, I guessed what the story was going to be, like by the second session.
A lot of people did, yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm curious. That was an interesting example, and as you said, the system did support a means to deal with your insanely fortune, and your opponents just did not take advantage of it because for whatever reason they missed a trick there. Would you say in that session that there should have been there's something implicit in the system that would have helped your friend who got royally boned on turn 1? The fact that, okay, you're clearly out of it. You're a dead man walking to us now. Does the system support that? Because, since he's so far behind, everyone's going to leave him alone, and he has an opportunity to claw back up while everybody else is at each other's throat. Is that the way it's supposed to work, maybe?
I don't know, because one of the things that I really didn't like...
Would he have advised your friend, well, now that you're on the outs, you can take advantage of this? And, do you think there's something like that Rob would have been able to give guidance?
I don't know, because one of the things about it is that the whole build action process of it, to like build up your ship. I mean, there's also some gaming the game as well, and which is something I don't like. But let me talk about that really quick. But the thing is that, like I even said, your best bet right now is honestly to just sink your other ship. Find a way to sink your other ship so you can just rebuild them both at the same time, and they're going to start in the exact same spot, and you don't have to figure out a way for them to meet up. Right. And I said, and that's dumb because you shouldn't have that mentality. It's like when we whenever we play, like I always just like when we play Battlestar Galactica, and somebody says, it's getting close to the mid game. We need to get one of these one of our dials into orange so the Cylons don't get the sympathizer. Because you're gaming the mechanism at that point, to try to help yourself win. You're abandoning the narrative. That being said, like when you can see that somebody is going to win, and like they're in the it's like like next turn he's going to turn those points in, and he's going to like eclipse the victory point total to it. So I've been kind of playing close to the vest, but at this point I might as well just send my ships on a suicide mission. If I roll really well, I'll get a bonus. But if I don't, they're destroyed. But the game's over anyway, so it doesn't matter. I should never. That shouldn't be an option. It just that shouldn't be something you think about. I think the game would have been a lot better if, like, it wasn't a situation where, yes, there are parts of the game where you're adding to the map and you're creating it and you're making more of it. But you should be able to. It should be like you're saving the game and starting up in the same game. You shouldn't be wiping. Like, yes, you are changing the map and you're creating more of the map and you're creating more islands and things like that to do stuff with. But it shouldn't be just, okay, take everything off and let's restart the whole thing. It shouldn't be like that. Yeah,
there's a good reason for that, I'm sure, in terms of balance. Because otherwise you got the most epic rich gets richer problem in any board game ever.
Yes. And here's the thing that I think that's really stinks about this is that
he left.
Here's something that really stinks about this is that that this is like we had Risk, we had the Risk Legacy, and then obviously Pandemic Legacy went over really well. Which, in my opinion, is a strength of the Pandemic name and not so much the legacy part of it. And then here we have this new big legacy game, and for all appearances, it seems like it's doing a little bit of floundering. Like it isn't going over as well as they thought it would. And I think
I'm sure it's doing okay, but they expected it. It's the Batman versus Superman of the board game industry for 2016. It did pretty well, but what the heck? It was supposed to completely destroy everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you have a situation where I worry that and I like the whole legacy mechanism of it, and I like that idea of it. I like that narrative. I like that story thing, and I'm like, because of the amount of work that goes into making a game like that, I worry about more games like it being created, because I want the people to do it and refine it and make it better, and then when something doesn't do well, then I get worried. Hey, I was going to ask you this. I don't know if you got this or if you had played it at all, but have you seen this, the Mythos Tales?
No. I'm aware of it, and that's the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective in Lovecraft world, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
I think they contacted me about doing it, and I took a pass because Jen, from what I understand of it, Jen is not going to enjoy diving deep into the grim and off-putting world of she likes Sherlock Holmes, but she loves
it's just
the franchise. She loves Sherlock Holmes, the franchise. She would not enjoy.
Well, it's just people being murdered in their sleep and stuff.
That's all. Yeah. She doesn't want to be creeped out. I mean, what's it? Cthulhu Realms is about as deep into Lovecraft as she's willing to go.
Aww.
So are you looking forward to the expansion for Sherlock Holmes?
Oh yeah, I think that'd be cool. Although, in all honesty, I mean, we've only done. I think we've only done half of the original box, and if I were quit doing auto runs through, yeah, that'd be something I'd be very excited about. But with my current circumstance, where I never play a game more than 2 or 3 times at the most, I can't get excited about it.
And that's and Tom actually said something very in his final review of Seafall, which was not very positive. He and I agree with him. It's like if he basically said if it wasn't the wanting to know the story, there's no way they would have played it as many times as they did Seafall, just because it wasn't a good enough game, and that sucks. But no, this right here, it isn't really even, in my opinion, a board game. But I've said this to anybody who listen. This is the most fun I've had playing anything this year. So.
Well, it's a box that was made for you, basically.
Well, yeah.
I mean that in a good way. I mean, it's like every box you've got, it ticks every.
Well, and that's weird. Is that and this is? I mean, and I feel weird because Jason, the guy who runs Ace Summit, I consider him a friend, but his 2 games, that and Defenders of the Last Stand, are and Smirch for that matter too. I really enjoy, but his 2 games this year, Mythos and Defenders of the Last Stand, those are the 2 that I mean, they're probably 1 and 2 right now as far as the most fun games I played this year. So, yeah,
Hey, back to Seafall. One more question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Those 2 ridiculous swings that happened in the same session, that kind of sour. You guys were having a good time until that happened, and now everything is suspect. Those would have been fine, I assume. You guys would have been totally cool with it if your average session lasted 30 minutes instead of 2 hours, right?
Yes, the game does last way too long.
I think, if anything, that's probably the biggest Achilles heel. Because an average session of Pandemic Legacy, whether you like it or not, you're in and out in an hour. And then you're like, oh, that's just long enough let's do one more. And even if you spend just as much time playing, you feel like you've made so much more progress as opposed to, okay, 2 hours and what did we get done? Well,
and that's the problem with it too, is that you have far too many turns where you don't get anything accomplished, where it's just like, okay, well, I'm moving my ships out, heading towards this island. Okay, I didn't quite get there this turn. Okay, and then the next person next to you is like, oh, I get to read this 3-paragraph thing, and I'm gonna go on this adventure, and you're just like, I'm in the water. And so and that's unfortunately when I was able to finish off that one session that quickly by getting those achievements, my buddy Craig, who was very vocal about his anger. I mean, he was just saying this is shit. He was just because he had played the entire session up to that point trying to do this one goal. I forget what it was, but basically he had worked towards this one goal, and then because I was able to finish off the turn and finish off that thing, and he literally said to me, and this is horrible. He's like, "Will you please not
just give me one more round?"
Give me one more round. He's like, and I just said, I'm not going to, because I'm not going to put myself at risk for having one of you guys come in and take my money.
Because you know how fragile it is. You revealed yourself.
Yeah, you know exactly what my goal is. Yeah, I was like, I feel, and he was just pissed. And like my buddy Tim said, oh yeah, I was going to attack you if you didn't end it, because I was going to let you do it. You know what I mean? Because and Tim is like is an alpha gamer as far as that goes, and I knew he was going to. And it was basically one of those weird things where I knew what I was going to do, and then I could see that like one person could screw it up, and he went right before me. And I was like, well, as long as he moves at least to that, like I in my head, I drew this little like basically area of like, if he moved out of that area, he did not have enough movement to come back and stop me. And as soon as I saw that he did his turn and he moved out, I was like, well, the game's over. And I was just like, it's all over the shouting at this point, because like, and then and then Craig was just like, I spent an hour and a half trying to get this one goal done that he wanted to achieve, and now he had to start all over the next session to try to do it.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. Now it's interesting from my perspective as an interested third party. That sounds like a really interesting and dramatic series of events that happened. What an interesting story that you guys got together and told. But it's very, very different if you're the one who it's happening to. I totally understand.
Yeah, I mean, I like Rob. I think he's a class act, and he's brilliant. And I think he got kind of jammed when his game didn't win. I mean, even though when they did the Spiel and the games I picked to win Spiel all won, I still felt really bad that Rob. I mean, my unnatural hatred for Pandemic swayed my personal convictions at that point. But I do think that Legacy Pandemic should have won, maybe just because of the sheer number of people that enjoyed it. Right. But and he was like I did feel bad for him, but whatever. He sleeps on a bed full of money, I'm sure.
Still,
so
he's got
can't
those
really
top
feel too bad.
on Board Game Geek too. So
yeah. So I mean, it's not like
you can still sleep well.
Yeah, it's like people say they feel bad. Like I said, I feel really bad I feel bad that Hillary didn't win. Just because of the fact that this was her last chance. But I was like, but I'm pretty sure her bed full of money and hundred thousands of dollars of speaking engagements will assuage some of that pain. But I don't know. It's neither here nor there, I suppose. But
Rob Davio, the Hillary Clinton of the board game.
No. I had not drawn that parallel, nor would I, but understandable. But all right. Well, it is. You probably have videos to do. Go get to work. Go do some work. And then, actually, hang out just for a little bit after I stop this, so I can talk to you really quick.
Oh yeah. Cool.
And then, just gonna wrap her up. Thank you very much, everybody who took the time to listen in and watch and what have you. For those of you watching after the fact, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Richard, for popping in and saying hi. Hopefully, they don't turn off the power on you really soon or anything like that.
They're late, but it's Malta. They're always late.
Barry, you got any parting words or words of wisdom?
No.
Good for you. All right. Good night, everybody.